We're back. Day 2. Day 1 is in the books. We appreciate everybody that tuned in last night. It was an action-packed round 1. Mitch, how we feeling today? Can we power through?
I hope so, because I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So I'm hoping at the end of the third round, when it's 9, 10 o'clock here, that I'm just not yawning the whole time like I did in the after show that we did, last night after the show.
That's how it gets the name, the after show. So if you're tuning in, you don't want to really dig into the recap and what we can expect here on day 2. Go back. We did a re-rank of essentially our top 12. We kind of did a back and forth mock, just Mitch and I. And I think some good conversations there about the impact that the picks in round 1 that they're going to have for dynasty purposes. I see Holler in the chat. Let's go. Thanks for jumping in, man. So the big ones here, we'll spend a little bit of time on the big takeaways from round 1. And I know you were not too thrilled that I was making you jump on an hour before the draft starts tonight.
It's really like an hour and a half based off last night. It's a full hour and a half before the draft will actually start, because they'll say that it's supposed to start at 7 Eastern. It's really like 7:18 Eastern. Buffalo will go on the clock at that point.
Yeah. All right. So the big ones here. Let me get my papers here. The same papers from last night. They're still in good shape. Xavier Worthy. How are we feeling about some of these guys almost 24 hours later? So Xavier Worthy gets the smash landing spot, goes in the first round. A little bit of concern that he was going to slip out of it. We were going over, projections a little bit, just discussion wise. And what does he need to do to maintain value? Because it looks now he's 109, 110. Like he bumped up a little bit.
He did, and he's in that great spot. But for me, it's going to be really hard, right? I'm still going to draft him in Dynasty. My worry is when I put him in my lineup each week, is there going to be enough value there for him with there already being Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown, Kadarius Toney more than likely still going to be there, Kelsey, right? And so
you just named Kadarius Toney before Travis Kelce.
I was going through the wide receivers, just going through my head, just how my brain works. And I think it's an awesome landing spot. If you could pick any landing spot for these guys to go to, it's one that you would immediately put up. But I wonder how high his weekly average is actually going to get. Like, I don't want to call him a best ball guy because I don't want people to think it's this boom or bust prospect where, well, he's either going to get 3 catches for 150 yards and a touchdown, or he's going to get 3 catches for 20 yards and that's it. I don't really think it's going to play out this way, so I hate to call him a best ball guy, but that's kind of how it is. I think his highs and lows could be pretty big just because of how many pass catchers they have. But the one thing that I always go back to, Andy Reid wants to throw the ball more than he wants to run it. Like, if Andy Reid cannot call one rush play all game long, he won't do it unless he has to. So maybe they are just building up, and Patrick Mahomes goes nuclear this year, which I could see happening. He goes nuclear. Xavier Worthy's going to have 1,100 yards and 4 or 5 touchdowns. That happens. He's not the 110 next year. He's worth the 103, 104 next year. So I'm all about getting him. But when we talk about the other wide receivers, I think their ceiling is just a little bit higher than what Worthy's is. But Worthy's connected to the best quarterback in the league. So, I mean, it's hard to balance those things.
You said a few things that were interesting to me. And I think from a production standpoint and what he needs to be at, I went through, I think this was last year maybe, and I was putting together some data on what rookie wide receivers needed to do in order to maintain value going from year 1 to year 2. And as long as you hit like 9 points per game for the most part, you were okay. And I wish I had that data in front of me still. I'm sure I could dig it up, scrounge it together here. But if Xavier Worthy hits 9, 10, 11 points per game, you're probably not going to be thrilled with that from, a production in 24 standpoint. But again, he's tied to the best quarterback in the league. What happens with Hollywood Brown beyond that, beyond 2024? And like, we're going to get an opportunity. Let's say Rashee Rice is out for 4 games, let's say, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Xavier Worthy pops off like 2 really nice games out of those 4. And like, he shows like he's out producing Hollywood Brown. He's providing a nice, really nice secondary option with Rashee Rice out whenever you have Travis Kelce in. But I think like if that happens, and then he disappears a little bit. We have some of those high games and those low games. But like towards the end of the season, if he's improving and he pops off again towards the end of the season, those point per game averages that we're looking at, it's going to be lower.
Yep.
You're going to have, okay, when all of these guys weren't there, Xavier Worthy was able to do this. So you kind of have that contingency value baked in that production. But then like he improved as the season went on. So this is what people remember. And, that's what's going to stand out to people whenever the offseason rolls around.
That's a big thing with Worthy. I mean, more than likely they're going to be playing in the Super Bowl, right? He has a big Super Bowl, then all of a sudden it doesn't really matter what he did the whole regular season, but there's a chance he could still be good during the regular season. So I know I'm different than you. I have Worthy over Brian Thomas, and I'm pretty happy doing that. That's actually not one that I'm really debating at all right now. That's one of the few players I have in the first round that I'm pretty solid that like, hey, I'm going to have Worthy over Brian Thomas, and then we'll see what happens at the 112 here in the second round.
And you were that way, though, before they were drafted. Mm-hmm. But like, what is it about Brian Thomas and or Xavier Worthy that makes that so easy for you? Because again, it's not like I'm sitting here, okay, I have them tiered together. Mm-hmm. I have Brian Thomas a tier above Xavier Worthy.
So let's say the situation's flipped. Xavier Worthy went to the Jaguars and Brian Thomas went to the Chiefs. I'd have Brian Thomas ahead of him, right? It's now Worthy is with Mahomes. And like, I love Trevor Lawrence as a prospect, right? And he's been okay. But we have to see that next step. We have to see it, because the worst case scenario is we don't see the next step. He will probably still get his contract extension with the Jaguars just because we saw everybody needs quarterbacks. They're not going to let him walk. Brian Thomas, I think he's a very good prospect. I think he's really good with what he's going to do on the field for the Jags, but he is tied to the Jaguars front office, that whole organization, to where Xavier Worthy is now with the Chiefs, right? And I just have a lot more faith that they're going to do what they need to do with Worthy than I could trust the Jaguars doing what they need to do with Brian Thomas. And we're talking about a single pick here. That's it. We're talking about the difference between the 110 and the 111. Everyone knows, I don't hate Brian Thomas.
And that is completely fair. But that could have been the difference between Jalen Reagor and Justin Jefferson.
For some, without a doubt. You're right.
It could have been the difference.
Brian Thomas is now Justin Jefferson.
No, it could have been the difference between Denzel Mims and T. Higgins.
You're right. You're definitely right.
So, yes, it's one pick. It might seem arbitrary. But for me, I think Brian Thomas, he offers just as much upside as Xavier Worthy. He offers the big play potential.
Yes.
He had 17 touchdown catches, like a completely absurd percentage of his receptions resulted in a touchdown. And, I just think with Trevor Lawrence, he gives them that additional weapon that's going to be different from the weapons they have available. So I think it's going to be, the ceiling is just as high as we see with Xavier Worthy, but I think the floor is a little bit higher on a weekly basis.
Is it really higher?
I think it is. I truly believe all of these targets, it's going to be very concentrated. It's good. I know Gabe Davis is there, and I know he's probably going to be, he's going to start as the 2 there in that offense when you're looking at the receiving core. But I think Brian Thomas takes that over very quickly, whether Gabe Davis wants to, whether he likes it or not.
Well, Brian Thomas right now is on Price Picks at his over under on yards is 800. And I'm hoping Worthy's in there. Worthy's is 825 over under, which is
800,
kind of surprising to me. I thought Brian Thomas would actually be a little bit higher.
800, 825.
Yeah. I mean, they're really close. I mean, this is what we're doing, right? But I will say Brian Thomas touchdown upside is a lot higher than Xavier Worthy's. So if their yards are extremely close, Brian Thomas has the higher touchdown upside. You're probably right to where Brian Thomas probably has a higher ceiling than what Worthy has.
But I'm going to kind of sit on the fence here, and I'm going to kind of come at it from your side. No. I'm still Brian. I'm still Brian Thomas over Xavier Worthy. That is not changing. That's not changing for me. But we talk about touchdown upside. I think Xavier Worthy's portion of the pie is going to be smaller, but that pie is going to be bigger.
Agreed.
So you could offset it there. You know how I am. Like I say, I always hide in plain sight. I try to get out ahead of any of the potential buts. So I just like to get out ahead of that.
You do. I've kind of noticed over this whole draft that you say I'm stubborn. Pretty stubborn too. If you like a player more pre-draft and he goes in a decent spot, you're definitely not changing that tune, right?
No, there has been a little bit of movement here, and we'll get to it. So I told you I was going to the zoo earlier today. Took Johnny first field trip, and we were there for 3 hours, and it was getting warm, and we're walking, and he was very well behaved. I was pleasantly surprised. But towards the end, we go to the gift shop, and he picks something out, and I'm in line, I buy it. And, the lady, the cashier, she's talking to everybody that comes through. The line was long. Oh, thank you so much for your patience. And I was like, yeah, not a problem. But again, I'm beat. But not a problem. And she goes, oh, you're looking a little tired today. And I wanted to say, all right, positivity comes to an end here. Yes, I'm tired. Okay?
I am.
You do a live draft show and then hit up the zoo the next morning. So yeah, I'm a little tired. Oh boy. Anyway, Xavier Worthy. So you have him. Where do you have him again?
110.
110. It's funny because I have him at 110 as well.
Yeah. So do you have Brian Thomas at 109, then Bo Nix at 111?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Man,
I just
hate Bo Nix, man.
I don't hate Bo Nix.
You kind of do if you have him at the 111.
Then I hate Bo Nix. If you want to put those words in my mouth, that's fine.
Kind of do. I kind of hate.
If anything, and I thought about this. There is a real case to be made. Let's say, so just for me, I have my two guys, Benson and Brooks. Let's say one goes to Dallas, one goes to the Chargers. Okay. I mean, both seemingly fantastic landing spots.
Yep.
And they're already the two guys that are the top of my board, and they get the premier spot. Because I'm going back and forth on Bo Nix. But again, like we talked about last night, and if you were watching the live stream, you saw this internal debate constantly. I was going back and forth on what to do with JJ McCarthy versus Drake May versus Jared Goff versus Tua versus Trevor Lawrence. So the way I ultimately ended up doing it, for those of you that have not had a chance to check out the tiers, I have tiered, and I know Miami fans will not like this one, Tua, Jared Goff, Drake May, and JJ McCarthy together. And I know some Detroit fans will not like the fact that I have Jared Goff tiered with Tua. So if you're a fan of Tua, you're probably thinking, how the hell do you have him with Jared Goff? If you like Jared Goff, you're probably thinking, how do you have him tiered with Tua Tagovailoa? And then I actually put Lawrence and Purdy in a tier together. I kind of moved that around. And I think that's fair. I looking historically, obviously Trevor Lawrence really had the rough first year under Urban Meyer, made some nice strides moving forward. And I think we're going to see an improvement over what we saw last year. But even if you look at points per game, it really wasn't a huge difference once you get to, like, you're talking about Lawrence, Tua, Goff. Like, none of like they were all very close together.
Yeah, they're all fine. They're fine. They're good.
Fine.
And that's what we're hoping with McCarthy and May. We're hoping that they're fine. We can't have the only way they lose value is if they go full Bryce Young. If they don't go full Bryce Young, their value will be more than fine moving into next year, pretty much no matter what happens on the field, as long as they aren't the worst quarterback in the league bad.
Where was Bryce Young? Do you remember, like right after rookie drafts, where was he from a positional perspective across all quarterbacks?
Well, he was going as like the 102, 103. So I would have to assume he would have been quarterback 12, 13. Yeah.
Okay. So like even as bad as he was, he's still quarterback 22, 21. But again, its value is not linear. He's dropped off significantly.
Yes.
So
and you still have him as a sell as quarterback 23 through 25.
By one spot. Yeah. He's going quarterback 21 and 22, according to Fantasy Calc and Dynasty Daddy. I have him the 23, 25 tier. But now I want to transition. So we both have Worthy at 110. And what I was saying here, because I have so many thoughts going on right now, what I was saying initially was I'm contemplating Nick's up a tier with Worthy, and then the two running backs really would probably go up a tier if they get those landing spots.
The thing is no matter if those running backs go to those great spots, I'm still probably not taking one over Bo Nix. I could probably talk myself into taking one over one of the wide receivers because we can do that, right? It's hard for me with these quarterbacks, man, especially because they're needed to start. Bo Nix isn't going to be sitting on the bench. I don't think
I would be moving all three of them. The three being Bo Nix, Trey Benson, Jonathan Brooks, all up one.
Right. But you're talking tiers wise, but I'm trying not to do tiers. I'm trying to just be like, hey, this is who I have the 109. Would I be willing to take this running back at the 109 over Bo Nix? In most circumstances, I'm thinking no, unless my quarterbacks are completely fine and I don't really need that value for whatever reason, then maybe I could talk myself into the running backs. But as of right now, I think Bo Nix is he would be in a tier of his own for me. And then Worthy, Brian Thomas. Hopefully we see some running backs here today that we could actually start to put up there. It's what we're hoping for. But it's kind of tier break in the bottom of the first for me.
So do you have my tiers up?
Yeah.
I forget about how you feel about them for a minute. Because I have Deshaun Watson there at quarterback 20 to 22. I know you hate him. I have
his value's fine.
I have Kirk Cousins there in that tier, Baker Mayfield in that tier. Like, should Bo Nix be with them?
I would take Bo Nix. Hold on. I would take Bo Nix over to Deshaun Watson and Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins, and honestly, maybe Kirk Cousins right now.
So then, but then would Bo Nix be tiered with Josh Jacobs and Rachaad White?
Hold on. You're going cross positional, huh? Yeah. Value-wise, I think that's completely fair.
Because if you're looking at it, you'd probably be fine moving Amari Cooper.
If someone sent me, if they had Bo Nix and I had Rachaad White on my team, and they sent me Bo Nix, I would snap accept Bo Nix.
All right, and then if Nix is up a tier,
we're
on the same page here. We're getting there. If Nix is up a tier, do you move Bryce Young up one?
I can't, man. Like, I know Bryce Young's value is probably there. And yeah, they are kind of putting people around him, I guess. But it's not people that I want around him. And maybe we're completely wrong. Maybe, like, I love Deontay Johnson, right? Deontay Johnson was a great pickup for him. Xavier Legette, I don't see how he does anything different than what Jonathan Mingo would have gave them already. So it's, yeah, they're adding pieces around it, but I don't know if they're even the right pieces. So I have a really hard time being high on Bryce Young, even though they did give him a first-round wide receiver.
Greg, you're in the chat. We all know that you are. I mean, when I think Denver sports, I think Woody Page and Greg Quirk. Those two names are synonymous with Denver sports. You've had almost 24 hours to digest the Denver Broncos drafting Bo Nix. I want to know in the chat how you feel. So I'm gonna let you collect your thoughts there. I wanted because I see you in there. I wanted to throw that over to you. So okay, Bo Nix up one.
Mm-hmm.
And then okay. All right. See, I think that's fair because now I'm looking at like everything and I'm thinking, okay, if I have 110, 111, 112, 201 tiered together, okay? Because if we get those two really nice running back landing spots for the guys that I already have up there, I have 109 obviously above that tier just for me.
Yes.
And then I have 109 above a presumed playoff 25 first, but then I have Bo Nix, Worthy, Benson, and Brooks tier with the 25 first. I think that's fair.
More than fair. Well, and it could all be blown up here at the first and within the first 15 picks of the second round.
Absolutely.
We've been talking a lot about like the Patriots in May, right? Patriots have the second pick in the second round. Maybe they just go get a Troy Franklin or whoever everyone's favorite wide receiver is at this point, right? Then all of a sudden it's like, well, May has a good pass catcher now. Oh, and he has Hunter Henry. All of a sudden that makes Pop Douglas like kind of the third pass catcher on that team. All of a sudden it's not that bad, right? So I'm really excited to see how the first like half of this second round goes.
Oh, it's going to be thrilling.
It better be
absolutely thrilling. Again, I still think last night was a huge success for entertainment purposes.
Oh, it could have been bad. Like, I don't know if we're going to be doing it next year because I know kind of next year's quarterbacks, it might be a very long first round. We might just have to do little snippets.
And Greg is giving, I feel like Greg's up at the podium and he's trying to give us that politically correct answer. He prefers JJ. Nix is a Peyton kind of guy, so not surprised. I worry that Nix will go as the system goes, and we'll see if Peyton's system works for us. Wait and see attitude for me. I feel like Dan typed that up for Greg. It sounds like Dan.
We can't wait and see. We have rookie drafts in less than 2 days. There's no wait and see with this.
Greg's 2024 rookie drafts surprisingly take place in 2025.
See, there you go. That's all that you need. You'll be fine. Maybe they start in October. That would be best, really.
Okay. Bo Nix talking about him, Xavier Worthy. We'll get some. Greg, I'm insulted. Talked about Brian Thomas. All right. The man that caused me so much heartache last night. Now, maybe it was just heartburn from the wine I was drinking. I did have a good amount of red wine, not nearly as much as I've tipped the scales at previously. But where's Rome Odunze for you again? Please remind me.
That's not the person who gave you all the heartburn. That was Brock Bowers causing your Michael Mayer to drop. That's what really caused all the issues to happen. Odunze was just kind of like that cherry on top sort of thing.
Mayer freaking plummeted.
You might as well delete him from your tiers at this point.
It's close to it. And
Okay,
Greg
sorry.
says he's putting Nix behind Brian Thomas. I am as well. And Worthy. As of now, I do too.
Looks like I'm going to have a lot of Nix. It's kind of how it's working out.
But
like it.
Like, is this a situation that like we saw with a Justin Herbert who slipped in rookie drafts, or Josh Allen who slipped in rookie drafts?
Daniel Jones.
Even Daniel Jones provided.
He was fine. Yeah.
But like he obviously got the draft capital going there, number 12 to the Denver Broncos. Like, is it going to be a situation where, like, yeah, he's a starting quarterback, he's a fine NFL quarterback, but he's just there for fantasy purposes?
Yeah. See, my thing is, we might as well. We have time. We started an hour early.
Plenty of time. I'll stop complaining about it.
If I'm willing to put JG McCarthy at 106 because I like Kevin O'Connell that much, right? If Kevin O'Connell wasn't the coach of the Vikings, I wouldn't have JG McCarthy at 106. So do I have enough faith in Sean Payton being a good head coach? And it kind of sounds like he always wanted Bo Nix, is what it sounded like. All that you don't know, right? Because they say it afterwards. Of course, they don't say it beforehand. Just say that is the case, that he did want Bo Nix. Am I willing to be like Sean Payton? You're wrong. I'm right. Bo Nix isn't going to be a fantasy savant that, you kind of think he's going to be. I'm kind of going to have to go. And I'm not a huge Payton guy, right? I think I'm going to have to go with Bo Nix on that. I just have to have the faith that they took him that high for a reason. And it's not even like he went in the 20s. He went at 12. And a whole bunch of quarterbacks went before him, right? So it's not even like, oh, Broncos could have traded up to get him. No, they just kind of hung out and worked out okay. So for me, I'm still really into Bo Nix because of the coaching situation, just like I am with JJ McCarthy, and why I'm kind of a little bit down on Jaden Daniels because of the coaches there. I think all of that kind of plays out, to be honest.
I just saw a tweet. Here we go from Heath Cummings. This is 37 minutes ago. Now, I think Heath Cummings is a great fantasy mind. I know.
That's not what you're saying.
What'd you say?
I think I read that one.
But I know CBS, there's going to be a lot more redraft people probably paying attention to people like Heath Cummings. Is that fair? So you're weak at quarterback. What is the highest you would take Bo Nix in a 12-team Superflex rookie draft? So let's think of the way the question was phrased, because it's loaded to begin with, in my opinion. But you're weak at quarterback. What is the highest you would take him at? Late round one is the top option here. It sounds like late round one. That should be it.
Yeah. Well, let's say my team's pretty stacked. Let's say
you're weak at quarterback and you can't trade.
Let's say I have Jacobs, someone else good at running back. I have Amon-Ra St. Brown, a Waddle, a T. Higgins, and I'm pretty set, right? So I don't need to go out and try to get Xavier Worthy. I don't know if I could ever take Bo Nix over Brock Bowers or Roma Dunze. I don't, even if
he said late round one. So you have the 111.
I'm just saying that I don't think I could ever. What's the highest I can? Wait, why are we doing highest, lowest? How are we doing? Is the highest the 101?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I would 109.
Okay.
Yeah.
So but I think you would I just, the way the choices are laid out, I feel like there should be one that's 107 to 109.
Yeah. Because I think that's actually the case. But
anyway, I'm going to click late round one because we agree on that, right?
Yes.
That got on 1,400 votes.
Uh-huh.
That only got 48% of the votes. 201 to 202 got 17%. 203 to 204 got 10%. 205 or later got a quarter of the votes.
But if half the votes went for the early, then he's going to go in the late of the first, right? If that's where half the votes went, that means you're going to have one player in your dynasty leagues that is going to take Bo Nix at that point.
But I presumably, but it's just crazy to me. Again, maybe some folks aren't really well acquainted with the dynasty format. Maybe they don't really know the Superflex format. Mm-hmm. But just to think, if your team perfectly aligns and the stars align, the earliest a quarter of the votes would be willing to take him is 205 or later.
Yeah, I think it's people.
And I take every Twitter poll so seriously.
Yeah, I don't put
there's no grains of salt. There's no grains of salt.
Yeah.
Listen,
Brian, if you're asking about if I had a Dunze over Bo Nix, yeah, and I still have a Dunze over Nix. Just looking in the chat. But
I see it there.
So the top for me is an easy answer. It's the 109. Because I would take him at the 109. I would not take him at the 108 or the 107. I just wouldn't.
What if you're in a 12-team Superflex league?
Mm-hmm.
No tight end premium. No tight end premium. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only half PPR across the board.
Bo Nix.
Would you go Bo Nix over Brock Bowers?
Yeah. If it's not tight end premium, I really don't care about Brock Bowers, to be honest with you. He's
Okay.
It's whatever at that point if there's not a premium.
Okay. Yeah, Wes, 109. I think that's fair across the board. I mean,
Yep. You're closer to like the 110, right? Would you take Bo Nix over Brian Thomas in a quarterback needy team, right?
it would be similar to the situation you laid out earlier. Like, say you use Xavier Worthy for the example. Yeah, there's and again, we're not able to trade. We're not able to package up. There's too much gray there.
Without a doubt. Because really, if you're that quarterback needy, you best be trying to trade up into the 106 to get one of the other quarterbacks, to be honest. If you're that needy, you should be trying to do that. I mean, I love Bo Nix, but if you could get McCarthy, Daniels, or May, that's the move you should be trying to do. If you can't, then yeah, go ahead and grab your Bo Nix at 109.
What about if it's no premium, but full PPR?
I'd go Adunze than Nix, but not
Brock. No. Brock Bowers.
No, then I wouldn't. I still wouldn't take Brock Bowers.
Okay, so if there's no tight end premium, 1.25?
No, same. I would take Bo Nix.
1.5?
1.5 is kind of enough there for Bowers to be up and over him.
100 PPR?
If it's 100, I'm probably going to have to go with Ricky Pearsall.
Ooh, that's somebody we'll get to. That's somebody we'll get to here.
Do we need to? Do we really need to?
Yeah, we have to. First round guy. There's two of them there I want to talk about.
We only have 30 more minutes. We've only talked about two guys so far, so that's impressive.
And this is why I didn't want to scramble 30 minutes prior to kickoff.
We wouldn't have been scrambling, I can guarantee that.
Yes, we would have. All right, Roma Dunze. I have him in the 13 to 19 tier for wide receivers overall. Okay. Not he slipped all the way to my 201. Is that fair?
Oh, I got to go over to who you actually have there.
And
I know that's one of your biggest tiers.
And let me say, well, so I broke up a tier. I did some breaking upage at the wide receiver position, but then also this is the one situation I had Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze tiered together. There isn't a situation now where and I mentioned this last night, if I had 10 picks, that I would go 5 Adunze, 5 Neighbors. I would go Neighbors.
Yeah, I'd go Neighbors in all of them. Completely agree. Yeah, where you have them is fine. I mean, there's players in that tier I would definitely take Adunze over, but I think it's fine because I won't take Adunze over anyone in the tier above. Pretty much. Yeah.
And like Tyreek Hill, like I don't want to spend time talking about Tyreek Hill, but he's such a tough one because he's old, but he's fantastic.
Exactly. He's old, but he's really fast still.
like if he's healthy, like the dude is just ridiculous. Yep. He's winning you weeks.
Exactly.
Okay. From Shanahan and Lynch's press conference, seems like they're ready to throw more next year, but could have still been a smokescreen about trading Debo or Ayuk. I want to see something happen with one of those two and or T Higgins. Like I just want action.
Yeah. Just need something.
All right. So that's Roma Dunze very quickly. Let's go to the two guys that rounded out the first round of the NFL draft.
If we have to, go ahead.
We have to. Ricky Pearsall and Xavier Leggett.
Right now, I have them as my 201 and the 202, but like,
is that by default?
I don't plan on them standing there. I think I talk about this happening a lot, and I do believe that it's the case. There's someone in the league is going to like Pearsall more than me, and someone in my leagues is going to like Leggett more than me. So I'm probably not going to have a high rostership unless the second round doesn't go like we expect it, and we just see like a big defensive second round. Then yes, I'll have Pearsall and Leggett up there. But as of right now, if we could get Troy Franklin to a good spot, I mean, my love for Corum, Malachi Corley. I mean, there's a few guys there that I could definitely just immediately put up above these guys, even though they are technically first round wide receivers.
There is a very good chance and I have not really adjusted the rookies too much that haven't gone yet. Like I bumped Donovan Mitchell down one tier.
I'm so happy I don't have to draft him now. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, maybe now he becomes a value, and you're like, oh man.
Yeah.
But Leggett, like, I don't know if there's a situation I take him in the first 20 picks.
We'll see.
I genuinely,
Yeah.
now this is going to sound harsh because who knows what he's like off the field, but I genuinely do not like him as a fantasy player. I don't. I just I thought I had the rookie sheet up, but I don't. But like I just don't. Okay. So you think Parasol's you're gonna have somebody that likes him a lot more
I
than you
think so.
do.
Yeah.
So like ultimately 206, 207,
I would
208 for
I
you?
would probably have both of them under Michael Penix and have Penix right now at 207.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to draft those guys before I draft Michael Penix. So like I
Yeah.
should move them
It's
down already, but they're first round guys, so I don't want to forget, where they were taken. So right now they're my 201 and 202, but I don't. Hopefully within an hour, I get to drop them pretty far down the list, right?
Do I need to drop Cousins down a tier? Should we be concerned here?
I don't know, because the offensive talent is still really good there, and he's still going to produce. The only issue is, what if he's not ready for the off-season training camps, right? For all the OTAs. Maybe he's a week or two late for training camp. Then we are going to see a decent value decrease. But he gives you such a weekly upside. I mean, look at what he did at the beginning of 23 before he was injured. He was amazing. He was
Especially
good.
if you're in a +6.
Yeah,
minus
he was
40.
he was doing amazing. And I think the talent there is really good. So I think he'll be fine.
Just what you just said, he was doing amazing. There's this line from the Kardashians.
Oh,
And it's
no.
like, you're doing amazing, sweetie. And it's just a running joke in our
Oh,
house.
no.
Listen, it's
I
the
can't
dumb
believe you
stuff.
watch the Kardashians, man.
If it's on the TV, it's one of those things I'm
So are you a
typing
married at
away.
first sight kind of guy too?
We watched. Is that when they're like in the pods or whatever? And
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
we
Love at first
watched
sight, whatever that one was.
yeah. We watched the first season, I think,
Uh-huh.
and like it was fine. It was,
It-
for what it was. It was fine.
It's what we do, man.
I know recently
America.
the one woman said that she gets told she's Megan Fox's doppelganger.
It
That-
looks
that-
just like her. Yeah. I mean, me
Love
and
is
Ryan
blind. Love is blind.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
I think Mitch tried 7 different titles there.
They're all the same. I really don't think there's a difference, to be honest.
And I was like, yeah.
Love
Okay.
Island. Yep.
So Michael Penix, you draft him, you sit on him, 205, 6, 7.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's get our crystal balls out. You love Blake Corum. Okay, we know
Yes,
that.
sir. Yes, sir.
Who is one running back tonight? And these are just impromptu questions. You have not been given these.
Okay.
So get ready to rock and roll. Who's one guy that you think, because of draft capital and or landing spot, like kind of rocks the running back rookie landscape here?
By he's going higher than what we assume. And so
Yes, like there's somebody or the
Jalen
landing
Wright.
spot is just like somebody gets drafted and everybody's like, oh yeah.
I think it's Jalen Wright. I think the speed that he brings is so good. I actually think NFL is going to like him a lot more than analytics, and anyone who even watched his tape is going to like him. I think he goes probably ahead of Blake Corum, to be honest.
I swear to God, I think it was one season. I think I already admitted to watching the show. What's the difference between 1 or 2 seasons? Oh my goodness. I think Jalen Wright's a good one to pick there.
I'd like to say Bucky Irving, but I don't know if his skill set's all the way there to actually see like a big surprise second round kind of pick there.
The testing wasn't great.
Yeah.
And I say this, you saw me try to run the 40, and I'm talking about somebody else's testing not being great.
Hey, we're playing football in Canton. This is going to be great.
I told Mara, she's like, just make sure you have your insurance card. Anyway, all right, so I like that one. Who gets nuked? What running backs, what backfields are like, you're just like,
Oh, the
crap.
backfield?
Like
Oh, thanks for
veterans.
giving me a heads up on this one.
I
I
know.
appreciate it.
Well, jot that down. Jot that down and think about it here. All right. Uh, who is the first wide receiver off the board tonight?
Troy Franklin.
I want
Yeah.
to see him go top 40.
Man, I'm pretty confident Troy Franklin's going to be the next one off the board.
Yeah, looking at, and this was easy because I printed out the draft order. We went through it before we jumped on live here today. The only picks that moved, Buffalo now has pick 33. Dallas has pick 73. Buffalo has pick 96. Everything else is the same as it was coming into the start of the NFL draft. So looking at the start of the order, like Buffalo at 33, do you think they could trade back again?
Oh, I think they could. Yeah. They're a good team, but they have a lot of holes to fill. They have like a lot of middling talent and no like really upper echelon talent. So I could see them just trying to collect more and more picks.
Is there a chance that Khalil Shakir is just like, I mean, and Dalton Kincaid, obviously, but just like a huge winner after today?
I think so.
Do you
Give me one
think
sec.
do you
Let
think
me
he makes it
pull
out
up,
unscathed?
make sure we're not missing anybody on their team. Buffalo wide receivers, let's see. Oh, no, because Curtis Samuel. I thought I was forgetting about someone. I think Curtis Samuel is going to be that dude. And Khalil Shakir, I think Curtis Samuel is definitely going to be the slot guy. If Shakir's not in the slot, I'm pretty worried about his profile, to be honest. But I think Curtis Samuel is going to be the dude to own outside of Dalton Kincaid if they don't draft anybody, even though Curtis Samuel as priced right now is still a great get.
Yeah. I think Shakir and Curtis Samuel are interesting if they can make it out of here. So we got Buffalo, New England, Arizona. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Arizona double tapped.
No, I can see him do it.
Like wide receiver. And then Commanders, maybe Jatavion Sanders, Chargers. If Blake Corum goes to the Chargers at 37, like one, you have to get
I'm
new pants
sorry.
because you're probably going to shit yourself.
Yeah.
But two, like that's a great vote of confidence in what seems to be one of the better situations. And I know they have J.K. Dobbins. I know they have Gus Edwards, but two guys that, you know, they're fine for what they are. J.K. Dobbins is going to be incredible for a game and a half.
Yeah.
And then, you know,
if he makes it a whole game and a half.
I thought you were going to say something.
Oh, no, I was reading the chat halfway, but the only issue that I have with the Chargers is I just don't think they're going to go with any skill position players. I mean, yes, maybe they end up taking a running back in the fourth. I just think they're building the trenches. I think they kind of know this team isn't going to be that great. So they're building the trenches and hopefully going more all in when they have a higher salary cap next year.
Yeah. And that certainly is going to be a detriment to Justin Herbert. But I think once the season rolls around, you know, he's going to be somebody that is going to be green in the sheets. I'm going to be looking to invest in, especially if I'm not a competing team.
Agreed. Completely agree.
All right. So Brian here, let me put this up on the screen.
Yeah, that's the one I was reading when you were talking.
I have a team with 102, 104, 106, 108, 110. Why do you hate odd number picks? Well, wait, and 111. He only has Purdy at quarterback. Surprise, surprise. B-Doggy has Purdy. Huh. Wide receivers are Addison, DJ. Is that DJ Moore, Deontay Johnson? Please clarify. And then Josh Downs. Set a tight end with Engram and Njoku and Goddard. I want to come out with two quarterbacks minimum. I know 101 is Caleb, and that's Deontay Johnson. I know 101 is Caleb. I'm going Marvin Harrison at 102, and 103 wants Daniels. How should I attack 104 in this situation? Who, the team that is going to take Daniels at 103, who are their quarterbacks? If they're most likely taking a quarterback at 103, and you think there's a chance, I mean, we're getting cute here. We're getting cute. I was going to say, if it is all but a lock that team goes quarterback at 103, and you have a gap between your quarterback 2 and quarterback 3, go quarterback at 2, have them take their quarterback at 3. You land Marvin Harrison at 4. Again, listen, I fixed my hair tonight. My screen's looking a little better. I'm feeling cute tonight, boys.
You're willing to get that cute just to not have to draft Drake May. You're like, we will do whatever we need to do to make sure Drake May isn't on my team. If I miss out on Marvin Harrison Jr., that's fine, as long as I don't have to draft Drake May.
All right, let's go Marvin at 2.
Yep.
How should I attack 4 in this situation?
Honestly, you guys know how much I like Drake May. If I have these picks, I know I'm going to get JJ or Bo Nix. I'm going Marvin Harrison Jr. and Neighbors. And then hopefully 106, I could get McCarthy. And then 108, we'll see how it goes. If Bo Nix is there, there's a chance I take him, but I also have the 110. And as you saw in your little Twitter poll, John, maybe that's the Bo Nix. And all of a sudden you have 3 starting quarterbacks. And you end up with Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., McCarthy, maybe Romadunze. You get the 3 top wide receivers, and you end up with like McCarthy and Nix.
I have no issue with it. I think the only issue would be for the individual manager, and obviously Brian in the situation. What gap does he have between Bo Nix and JJ McCarthy? Or Bo Nix and Drake May? Would he want to get May at 104?
Yeah.
So if you go Harrison at 2, May at 4, at 6, you get Neighbors or JJ McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think you're in a really nice situation.
Yeah, I think you could draft kind of whoever you want and end up being okay, to be honest. Worst case, you only get 1 quarterback. Go trade the 111 for some other quarterback, and you'll be all right.
Have you tried consolidating at all here? Have you? I'm not sure what 105 will do either.
Get all them rookies on your team.
No. Take the 102, take the 104, take the 106, make those
and
picks.
The 108 and the 110.
Okay. They're all going to be studs. You heard it here.
Someone will think they will be. That's all that matters.
I mean, I had a JBG a while ago that Marvin Harrison, Roma Dunze, and Malik Neighbors were all smash studs.
You did. Is that still there?
What?
That JBG.
It's a guarantee. Those are locked and loaded.
So then how come you hate Malik Neighbors so much now?
I just said that I'd be okay taking him at 104.
Just kidding, John. The show hasn't even started yet. I need to go back on.
I don't joke. Listen, after the cashier told me I looked old, tired, and haggard, okay? I'm having a little rough go at it today. All right. We're 11 minutes away. 11?
Yeah, I was just pulling up Twitter to make sure we haven't missed any trades or anything, but
no, I got it up too. I got it up. Hopefully everybody's okay with me spoiling the picks. I did not miss Jerry's comment here, and that's a new name. Thanks for joining, Jerry.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Could Chargers trade for Debo? Yeah. And especially, but they could, especially a team that presumably we all assume they want to run the ball. He gives them that ability to.
And it's a team that's in a different conference, which I do think matters quite a bit. So is there a chance? Yeah. It's just, so here is a quote that Adam Schefter just put out. I actually think it was in the Discord earlier today. This is from Adam Schefter. Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh on last night's selection of Joe Alt over the top wide receivers in this year's draft. I know the question is going to come up about weapons. We look at offensive linemen as weapons. This is what we are going to deal with that coaching regime. We're going to be like, hey, they really need a tight end or they really need a wide receiver. They're going to be like, no, do you know what we need? We need a backup guard. That's what we need.
Any guys, so outside of running backs, are there any guys that could, not where you compared to where you have them now, that you actually would make a significant adjustment for the positive or negative? And then have you thought about the running back landing spots, the veterans that would get blown up?
No, but I will get there. Jatavion
I'm gonna
Sanders is the
keep
guy.
piling the
Yeah, yeah.
questions up.
So it's Jatavion Sanders, because if he can end up going in the top half of the second round, he's going to end up moving pretty close to the early second for me. But if he ends up being a third round guy, I might not even have him in my second round for rookie drafts.
I'm reading the comment from Wes. Bye Waller. It's official. Is there an actual report that he retired?
Is it official?
Who are your
See, this is the
sources?
thing. So in the chat tonight, guys, if you see it, put per whatever, so we could just type in the guy's name to look it up on Twitter.
Because I mean, I was blasting out a fake.
You were.
With the defensive back, Dijon Mustard, and he wasn't drafted.
I'm not.
He should go early
yet,
here,
to be honest.
Will Neighbors get 150 targets?
Yes.
You said 140 just like off the cuff last night.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, 150 is a lot, but if he stays healthy, it's in the wheelhouse.
Man, Haller, the smoke is now talking to Haller. He hears the smoke.
He's in California, man. There's a lot of smoke in California.
Wait, did I know that? Even though I shipped him a microphone, I should know where he lives.
I hope I'm not wrong on that now.
He's like, no, I'm nowhere near California. Bill Enright.
Isn't that a comedian?
Is it? Let's see. Bill Enright. Sports betting and fantasy football.
With 9.4 sources. Yeah, he's the source from an hour ago.
Somebody
Darren Waller is retiring. Yeah, I don't know about
that. Somebody commented, and their name is Shit Mountain King Turd. Source: Darren Waller retired 3 years ago. I mean, he's getting divorced. He's going to be retired. Like, man, this dude.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Darren Waller shares. TJ just posted in the Discord. Who knows?
How close are we? All right.
We're talking about.
Oh yeah, you were asking me about spots that can get blown up,
like veteran running backs. That
Zamir White doesn't count, right?
Who?
Zamir White.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, they don't think he's gonna have really be challenged.
Zamir White's gonna get blown up. The Giants, no one's really gonna get blown up because they don't have anybody, right? But I do think they're taking someone.
They don't have anybody.
I know, right? But
they have Devin Singletary.
Okay, yeah.
Dude, we've been over this. You used to like Singletary. What happened to you?
He's not running back one on a team. I love him as like the kind of like the Jahmyr Gibbs to the David Montgomery, right? The good change of pace kind of back. I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to hold up for 250 carries. I just don't.
He doesn't need to. I mean, now I have him tiered at that 212 to 305. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, that's fine.
But I also have him tiered with Brian Robinson, Aaron Jones, James Conner.
Yeah, no. No, I'd much rather have all the rest of those guys.
Okay.
I'm still looking.
Jerry, tell these dudes what's up. Hit that like button, guys. And Nick says, if I hit it again, it will take it off.
We now have 4 likes. I think that's it. I think there is a worry with Tampa Bay and with Buffalo if they end up taking guys, but we'll kind of see how that goes.
Wait, and I was thinking about this. This is going to sound so weird. But last night after we logged off, I was thinking about one of our listeners.
I'm sure you were.
So Nicholas Nemeth. Are you Dolph Ziggler? I like the wrestler. That's his real name, Nick Nemeth. And I'm like, if Dolph Ziggler is watching us, I need to know. I need to know. So I'm waiting anxiously.
At least we're starting off great tonight. That's good.
This is serious. This is a serious.
Yeah, I know
topic.
you're serious. You're very serious about this.
I spent 30 minutes trying to figure out the relationship between Hawaii and the Samoans last night, and finally
You
it was
did.
cleared up
You
for
did.
me. Because
I was able to talk after that.
What was that? You're muted.
You.
Hello?
Am I really muted?
No, you're good now. Was Mitch muted during that? Or
That's
was that
weird. Hold on, I want to test something real quick. Am I muted now? Can you hear anything?
I can hear you.
That's weird. All I did was turn off the sound on the NFL draft thing.
See, I heard like a
Oh, weird.
Oh, Lurs said you cut out. You cut out.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Good to know.
Oh, good. Glad it
Don't
wasn't
touch
me.
anything.
All right. So Devin Singletary, you think he's done? You think
I don't think he's done. I just think it's going to disrupt the backfield.
Jerry thinks Kool-Aid should be going here at pick
I
33?
think so. Kool-Aid will be going very quickly here in the second round.
No, listen. Only offensive players.
Maybe he will play offense. I don't judge.
This is the first time we had 40 wide receivers go in the first 3 rounds. All right. So a player that is really going to catapult up your rankings, maybe just one tier, but some movement, or drop because of what happens tonight. I have to step away. I'm going to refill my coffee, hit the urination station. I'll be right back.
John actually did very well yesterday. He went full Scott Hansen and stayed on for the whole show, which is impressive because I didn't last even an hour any of the times. I really honestly thought we would see a trade in the second round today. We saw it last year, right? To where we were seeing the trades happen before these teams actually got on the clock, but we've seen nothing from Buffalo. We haven't seen the Patriots try to move for one of those 49ers wide receivers. I think if Buffalo stays on the clock, it was a little bit of a mistake to trade out of the first. I know there was a lot of discussions on Twitter last night, today, about how smart it was for the Bills to move out of pick 32, go down to the second round, because that means they get to talk to teams for the whole 24 hours, right? That would be good if they did actually make the trade. But if they end up trading back one and taking whatever wide receiver or whatever player they like that they could have chosen at 32, it's really bad from a front office perspective, because they have to sign that player one more year early, because anyone drafted from the second round later gets a 4-year contract. The first rounders get the 4-year contract with that 5th-year option. So not having the option of that, I think it's a really big hit, because money-wise, it's only like a $500,000 difference. So it's not like they're saving money in the cap by doing this. They're actually costing themselves if they end up making the pick here, which is, it's a little worrying for me there, right? Because I thought we would for surely see some sort of trade by this point now. Hopefully we see it here in the next, I think the draft is starting up now. It's a commercial. So yeah, I'll probably start it pretty quick here at this point. But if they don't make a trade, I think it was a really bad deal. Looks like Anthony's saying Jalen Wright. I said that earlier. I completely agree there. Commanders, interesting spot for Debo. Agree as well. Jaden Daniels and Debo option plays. Yeah, I could completely see it. I would much rather see Debo move to another team because of what he could bring than Brandon Ayuk going away from the 49ers, because I think that hurts Brock Purdy a lot more than losing Debo would. So I think Debo moving actually helps out both teams, to where if Ayuk moves, I think core of Pearsall and Debo really doesn't do as much for me as like an Ayuk, Debo, Kittle sort of thing.
All right, what did I miss?
I just really talked about how there was that discourse over last night about how smart it was for the Bills to trade back from 32 to this pick, because it let them talk to teams for 24 hours, right?
Yeah. And I see Drazel's comment, a little bit cheaper too.
Barely cheaper, but here's the thing.
It's like $500,000.
Yeah, they miss out on the 5th-year option. It's a pretty big mistake, in my opinion, if they don't make a trade. If they end up choosing a player here, I think it actually is a bad move by the front office to move back that one pick. It would have been smarter to get your guy, lock him in for that 5th-year option, because now, like we talked last night, I guarantee the Bengals sure would have liked to have a 5th-year option, right? It's
on T. Higgins, right?
on T. Higgins, yeah. But they didn't. So just that's how it goes.
I would like to see the numbers, and obviously this would be a little bit of a project,
Mhm.
but like guys that were drafted 24th overall to 32nd
I
overall,
agree. Yeah.
how many were hit with the 5th-year option, didn't get a contract, before that, and then vice versa. Like,
And how many of the first 8 picks of the second round
yeah,
get
yeah,
their
like
second
something like that.
contract and who gets it early. Yeah.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have a lot of context on it yet because I think we've only had 3 or 4 years of the 5th-year options actually hitting, because that came in like what, 6 or 7 years ago?
Good point. Good point.
So, I mean, we just wouldn't have a lot of data to support it.
Good point. All right,
Buffalo could just go Cooper DeJean, and it'd be like, yeah, he's the best quarterback on the board. I get it.
Is it DeJean?
I say DeJean. What
I
else
say
would it be?
Dijon.
Oh, it's not. It's definitely not Dijon.
Just let me make my mistakes.
You
I'm
do
not
whatever you
perfect,
want, John.
okay?
I would not correct you because each time I do, like, glasses come off and I get in trouble. So a
Dude, you have known me for 5 years now.
little bit.
Don't tell me to calm down, and don't go, oh, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. That just
Little
sets
bit.
me off.
No.
Yeah.
Here is the real question before we start off. What doesn't set you off?
I'm breezy. I am
Super
breezy.
calm, chill.
Like when you think relaxed, you think,
John
you think
Bauer.
me.
Yeah.
All right, so who are the guys that could really move up or down for you?
Who did I say? What are we talking? Oh, the only
I
rookie
posed
that I
the
talked
question.
about was Jatavian Sanders. He's the one to where if he ends up going in the 3rd, I'm not going to have him in the 2nd round of my rookie drafts. But if he goes in the 2nd round of the NFL draft, I'm probably going to have him early in the 2nd round, right? I think it is that big of a difference for me.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that he ends up being the 3rd tight end taken. But again, like draft capital, not necessarily as critical for tight ends. Like you look at, we get Laporta, McBride, Andrews a little bit later. He was 3rd round. Kelsey, when did he go? Was he 3rd? Kittle was 5th.
Yeah.
Ferguson a little later.
I mean, and that's true. That happens, right? But those guys also took a little while to come in. So you'd have to be okay with that.
And
so
then the
I'm
game has
not
changed.
early.
We don't
Yes.
have that long of a leash
Exactly
on these guys. All right, Mr. Stu, what running backs do I think go in the hashtag NFL draft on day 2? Trey Benson, Raiders, 2nd round. Jonathan Brooks, Cowboys, 2nd round. Marshawn Lloyd, Cardinals, 3rd round. Blake Corum, Chargers, 3rd round. All right, let's pretend that goes like that.
Yep.
How do you rank these 5 guys? And you can say like, okay, I'll have these 2 guys tiered together.
I will say like the back end of my 1st round, beginning of the 2nd round, as far as my rankings, would love this to happen. It would be beautiful. I would go Brooks, Benson, Corum, Lloyd.
You would have Corum at 3.
3rd. I'd have Corum 3rd. Yeah.
What needs to be done to get him to 1 for you?
To get him to 1?
I thought you had Corum at 1.
He is my favorite running back, but no one else thinks so. I mean, this isn't like if I'm drafting my own team in my own league to where I don't have to worry about values. This is I have to worry about how everyone else is also going to have these players. Right? I mean, if it was just me, yeah, I want Blake Corum, but that's not how Dynasty works. I mean, we talked about it during the mock drafts too, where I could have taken him at that 203 in our mock draft, but I didn't have to because even afterwards, you and Dan were still like, no, we're going to take these other players instead.
All right, so you have Brooks, Benson, Corum, Lloyd.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I love Lloyd too. Like that would be my right now would be my 112, 201, 202, and 203.
I think I would align there.
Yeah.
I nothing spicy.
No. I mean, I could see some people talking themselves into Blake Corum over Benson just because of the quarterback situation there. And Blake Corum would go to the Chargers with his head coach. I could kind of see that narrative going, but it'd be a coin flip.
Yeah, no, I'm good there. Over under 5.5 times the glasses come off tonight. Now, let me say, sometimes they come off strictly because they steam up a little bit. So I take them off for a second. They're not all. It's not always out of anger.
Just usually out of anger.
Usually,
yeah.
Roy says JB is known to always be cool, calm, and collected. All right, so 7:06. Where are we here? Are we doing anything yet?
Goodell is standing on the stage.
All right.
Yeah, so we have like at least another 15 minutes.
How about Bill's seats?
Oh, I wish I was there, man. It looks so good.
5 rows back, 6 rows back. That's awesome. Bill Super Duper Flex, if you follow him on Twitter, he is at the draft tonight. So he's trying to get some inside information. He wasn't very helpful last night, I'll tell you that.
No, but we did figure out from last night he does have a cell phone. So he can send us information. So that's good.
Okay. All right. So Jatavion Sanders, he's an interesting one. Are there any let's look at round 3 here. We're really digging in here. Trying to. Why did we go on an hour before the draft?
I was just going to say.
All right. So just working back from the comp picks, okay? Commanders. I think that could be an interesting one if somebody, because they have a couple 3rd round picks.
They have a couple 2nd round picks as well.
They have a couple 2nd round. They could get some juicy guys there.
They could. My Brian Robinson hype train could come to. I mean, if Eckler didn't kill it already, another rookie would probably.
Yeah. Let's see here. Here we go. What?
JT asked our favorite landing spots for McConkey, Mitchell, Franklin, and Coleman, and then Roy said favorite landing spot for Coleman is tomorrow. That's strong. That's very
Roy
well done.
is such a smart ass. All right, so let's get this back up here. All right. Let me get the sheets back out here. The papers are.
Is there a landing spot that you would actually like for Coleman? Because I know you don't like him. All right. I can actually say that about Coleman. That is true.
I don't like him. Like I talked about for being like not even the top 20 picks.
Yeah. What if Coleman goes to the
So
Patriots?
here's the say it again.
Coleman goes to the Patriots.
Like here's the thing, like a player like Coleman, like let's say just for example, let's say everybody has him valued at like 206.
Okay.
If I say, okay, I have him at my 210, I'm probably not going to get him anywhere, even if I have him at 210.
Nope.
That's not really different than saying I have him at 310. Like, you know what I mean?
No, I completely agree. Yeah. So but Coleman
I
going to the Patriots in 2 picks, where would you have him?
Because I don't think I have him right now estimated as a top 40 pick. If he ends up going top 40, I could see pushing him up 1 tier.
Would you have him over Leggett? I would.
Let me pull up my rookie sheet here. I don't listen. It's like I'm not answering any question. Listen,
be like so. It can't just be off the top of your head. It's gonna be like, hold on, I need my numbers.
Again, try being my wife. I've said this is a quote. I've said this multiple times. Why ballpark it when we can be precise?
Yeah,
I've said this.
Yeah.
Like I think she loves when I say that.
Heaven
Too.
forbid.
Instead of saying like I'm not saying anything until my lawyer is present, I'm not saying anything until I look at my spreadsheet.
Riveting.
Trust me, I know. All right, so we said Keon Coleman, right?
It would be 34.
Oh, where the frick did he go? Maybe I bumped him off the rookie sheet altogether.
Maybe he isn't there. He got deleted.
Keon Coleman. If he goes top 40.
Do you think so? Buffalo probably has like 45 people in their row room right now. Row room. It's probably about 15, 20 too many.
You really have an issue with the war rooms, don't you?
I just think it's funny that when there was COVID, we had like everyone was at their house and everything went fine. But now we have like 45 people in suits clapping after every pick. It's something.
I would have Leggett over Coleman.
You would. Wow.
I would.
Yeah,
you know, the
I
big
would have
thing,
Coleman over him.
The big thing for me, really, it comes down to like contested target rate in final season is a big one for me.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at guys, I want to say like 28% and above that were taken in the first and second round. Hold on one sec. So my wide receivers go back to 2017, right?
Mm-hmm.
First and second round. Guys who have a contested target rate in their final year over 30%. JJ Arcega-Whiteside, Alec Pierce, Denzel Mims, N'Keal Harry, Keon Coleman would be the fifth.
Okay. I'm being completely serious when I say this. Do you have a tab for if he's played basketball?
I do not.
Because I honestly think if Keon Coleman didn't play basketball for Michigan State, I don't think he would be as hyped as what he is right now.
I do not have the basketball factor. I don't.
It was Michigan State, right? Pretty sure it was before he transferred.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have anything yet on the Twitter sphere?
Okay, so Coleman. So we didn't answer the question. So if I had to pick a favorite,
hold on. Bills are drafting Florida State wide receiver Keon Coleman.
Listen, I have always liked Keon Coleman.
This is glorious.
Listen. I have said this for years, ever since he played basketball at Michigan State. Keon Coleman, he's a certifiable baller. And Mitch is so upset by that pick, he has left. He is so upset, he bounced.
I touched my mic, and you know how fitting.
Oh, wait, you're a little fuzzy now, or is it me?
Give it a minute. It'll come back in. Yeah.
It's all coming back. It's all coming back.
You probably take that off, right? There we go. Yeah, so if you touch these mics even for a second, they wig out. So see, people are saying gross. I really don't think it's that gross. As I said before, I was going to have him over Leggett or Liggett. Right now, Keon Coleman's my 201.
Get out.
Why?
Dude can't separate.
Josh Allen can make anybody separate by throwing the ball through the defender.
Didn't work for Gabe Davis.
Well,
it didn't work for Stephon Diggs.
Didn't
work
hands.
for Stephon Diggs the last 2 months of the season.
It's because Diggs gave up on football.
You know what? I think this is great for Curtis Samuel. I think it's great for Khalil Shakir.
Khalil Shakir's dead, man.
He is.
What about Justin Shorter? How do you feel about Justin Shorter right now?
I actually think he might be on one of my taxi squads.
Okay, so here's my thing. I know he can't separate, right? But this isn't a N'Keal Harry going at 101 sort of thing. We're talking about a second round pick right now.
Okay, but JG Arcega-Whiteside, Denzel Mims. Do you want me to name the names again?
You can name them again. Did any of them play with Josh Allen? Who was Denzel Mims' quarterbacks for all those years? Was it the Mark Sanchez?
We're not sitting here making excuses for Denzel Mims. Please listen. We are one pick into the night, and you're pissing me off.
Did he have a 5th-year breakout or a 4th-year breakout? Who am I thinking about here? Who was the wide receiver that had the big 4th-year breakout?
Corey Davis?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. He played for the Jets. It's all the same.
You know what irritates me?
Me?
No. In all seriousness. So the contested target rate, it doesn't go back to 2017. It goes back to 2018. So I have blanks for guys like Juju, Corey Davis, Curtis Samuel, John Ross, Zay Jones, Mike Williams. And I hate having that incomplete data set.
I'll be honest. I've said right now he's my 201. It's because we don't have any running backs drafted, right?
Preach, Jay Hart.
We'll draft him higher. We've been talking about this about players all the other time, but I've said I have him at the 201 because no running backs have been drafted. I will take Keon Coleman over Pearsall. I will take him over Leggett, and I really don't have any issue doing that. Oh, people are like, oh, they're a first-round wide receiver. Yeah, they were taking 2 picks before. It doesn't make that big of a difference, to be honest with you. And here's the big difference. Keon Coleman's going to have to be paid faster. He's going to be on a second contract before these other guys are. So there.
When his rookie contract's up, I'm wondering what the minimum wage is going to be when he's bagging groceries somewhere.
Minimum wage.
All right. Because that's the only second contract he's going to have to worry about.
This is great. So I'm watching
and listen, you know, like I'm being a smartass here, and this dude is just going to absolutely destroy the season. Like, you know, it's going to happen.
NFL Network is like above the rim catch. They have to put all these basketball analogies in there.
Keon Coleman from the opening tip.
Dude, but this is how I am, to be honest, though.
I mean, it's an incredible landing spot. I'm not going to sit here and say it's not.
If I know the community is completely out on someone, you know I like them just to troll a little bit. I know, right? That's who I am. But really, is no joking around. We'll see how the quarterbacks, let's say the running backs go just like JT brought up earlier, right? Keon Coleman's my 204 right now.
Keon Coleman or Hollywood Brown. Wait. Patriots are trading to number 34.
So that's just one.
Wait, they're trading number 34,
okay.
And the Chargers are coming up. So the Chargers are leapfrogging Arizona and Washington. And is this Troy Franklin? Is this Troy Franklin's music about to hit?
No,
it's going to be a defensive player. Why not?
It's going to be Jackson Powers Johnson. That's my call.
What a fun way to start the night, though.
Yeah, it's great. It was funny just because we were just literally talking about him.
The timing could not have been better. Jay Stu, thanks for let's keep the basketball things going. The Chargers select Ladd McConkey.
I love it. Really?
Love that.
Hey, guess what? Keon Coleman probably isn't my 204 anymore. Just throwing that out there.
With that pick, he goes from a lad to a grown-ass man.
Okay. All I'm going to say, I'm just going to point this out one more time. We had the second round mock show. Dan was on there saying, hey, the 2 picks I was really worried about were Mitchell's Xavier Worthy and Ladd McConkey. I didn't really agree with those. Lo and behold, Mitch was right. That's the only time I'm going to bring it up for at least the next 3 minutes.
All right. So I can't stand you. So Ladd McConkey, they must have thought maybe they thought Arizona was going to take him.
I'm sure. Yep. No, it's get
Don't
your
you
guys.
love, like, whenever a trade happens, like, in our minds, we're, like, trying to piece it all together, like, oh, yeah, they wanted to leapfrog this team. And it very well wasn't even on their radar, but they're like, let's just go get our guy. And they swapped 27 spots in the 4th round.
Yeah. Good for them. Okay. So have that in now. How this is going, I only have my spreadsheet made up to 212 because I didn't really think by the end of the night we'd be having to go to like the 402. But we're probably going to be going to about the 402. So
You
you're
know
going to hear me
what?
typing for a second.
The Ladster is moving up a tier for me because I think everything about that pick is sexual. I mean,
How good of a blocker is he? That's what we really need to know.
He's a real heady player. He's a real gym rat.
He's
All right. He's a real grinder. First one in, last one out.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Again, like, what a fun start to the draft.
Okay, so we got those off. Okay, I'm in good shape now. I'm in good shape.
All right. So I think that's an incredible landing spot.
So right now, I'm gonna do that.
These late first, early seconds are shaping up to, again, even if you don't necessarily like these guys, ship them off at a premium.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be someone who absolutely loves these guys. So right now, I'll be honest. So I have my rookie rank set up. I don't have anyone listed at 112, 201, or 202. I'm still hoping that we could get running backs there. But right now, Ladd McConkey's the guy that's right around that 112, 201. He's just kind of chilling. Perfect landing spot for him, though. I mean, if you're going to talk about who could go in the slot and do exactly what Keenan Allen did, Ladd McConkey. There you go. Guy can have 130 targets this year.
Ladd McConkey. Okay, I had him second round, top 40. So that does not change from a score perspective.
Ladd McConkey over under 775 yards. You know why I did it, right? Brian Thomas was 800 and Worthy's 825.
I like Ladd's chances over Worthy.
Yeah. If I'm making a bet, my over bet's going to be on Ladd McConkey. If it is 775, right?
Let's see. I'm catching up on the chat here. Hold on.
No, you're good. Yep. These second round usually goes pretty quick too. Patriots have traded down. McConkey. Yeah, I don't see anything yet for. Oh, there's another trade. Falcons are on the board at 35. You know what? Okay, I'm not going to make the joke. Everyone already knows what joke I'm going to say. So, Spencer Rattler's on the board, John.
I'm hacking up a lung over here.
I saw.
I apologize.
You're good. You're good. Trying to see no pick yet. All I see is Falcons have traded up.
All right, 35.
What if they get Troy Franklin? Doesn't Kirk Cousins, we were just talking about, do you drop Kirk Cousins in the tier? Do you raise him up if all of a sudden they just add a whole bunch of offensive talent around him?
I mean, if they take Troy Franklin, I mean, would you rather have Kirk Cousins or Patrick Mahomes? That's where we are.
Oh, that's close. That's close.
Wow, the Falcons gave up a third. I love that trade for the Cardinals.
I would have loved them to pick a wide receiver, to be honest with you.
I mean, yeah, but they're going to get their guy at 43.
They are, yeah. I'm glad everyone in the chat is making the same joke that I did. It's good. Good. I'm not the only one that has to go with that humor. Picks in. The picks in. How do I not know on Twitter yet?
I'm just like the first 2 picks here. We've what 2 trades, 2 picks.
Falcons are taking Clemson defensive tackle Rook Orororo.
You know, I was very high on Rook throughout this entire
Were you?
process.
That's good. Oro. I'm just glad he doesn't play for the Lions because I don't have to try to say that name now.
Okay. I mean, I'm
so
sure
then we still have Washington, the Patriots, Tennessee's coming up.
All right. So
Washington actually has 2 picks in the next 5.
Rook or that is a boatload of O's in that last name.
It is. It's a little bit.
So I'm seeing comments. Let's catch up here on the lad. Like the pace is too quick here for us.
That's the problem. It's going to be even worse in the 3rd round where it's every 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, and it is a 5-minute clock. I see J Stu's comment here. Or J Stu, JT. I've been saying J Stu.
Well, no, you've been saying the Stu a couple times.
No, I keep saying J Stu. You see my confusion.
No, I know the difference. It's all right.
I saw Stu. In my head, I'm thinking that's J Stu.
No.
But it's JT.
It's JT.
Because it's JT, the stew with the brew.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, JT, man.
I want to go to JT's restaurant.
He says, I'm JT Orange. I'm an idiot.
Yes.
I apologize.
Yes, he is.
All right. So where is so it was JT saying, I'm taking McConkey top 10.
Top 10. I don't think I could do that. Thank you.
I really think that's going to be a conversation. I mean,
that's the best thing though.
But after Harrison, Neighbors, you know what? I don't know if there's not going to be times we see McConkey go ahead of Odunze. I think there is I'm not saying 50%, but 15 to 20%.
Yeah.
Do you think that's possible?
I agree. Yeah. You look at the landing spot and who the Chargers have. Yeah.
I see Raven joining.
What's up, man?
All right. So action packed to start. Buffalo, Keon Coleman. Mitch, where did you move him? I mean, where do you have him right now? Coleman right
now. Hold on. I have so many things opened up.
I know.
I have Coleman behind McConkey, but above Pearsall, Leggett, and Penix.
Okay.
But I don't want to be like Hayes 112 yet because I want to see these running backs before I really.
I get it. That's fair.
To put people. Places.
All right. Here's a hypothetical.
Uh-huh.
I have the 103 in a league. I won last year. Do you like how Haller throws in that?
Yeah. Just so you know, I traded for the 103.
I won the league last year. My quarterbacks are Purdy, Young, and Minshew. Do I go wide receiver? No. Neighbors? I am going. Jaden.
This we didn't have time really to get into it before this started, but that tier of Neighbors, May, and Daniels, I flip-flop them so many times today. Be like, no, Neighbors is that elite talent. I want him first. Well, these other guys, they're going to be really good quarterbacks. They went to good spots, so I want them. I think the play is to go quarterback, to be honest with you. I'm taking May, but, that's Brand.
I agree. Look at this comment from Cole. The guy the Falcons traded up to take at 35 was 68th on the consensus board. Is my video still okay?
You're great. Yeah, you're great.
I just want to make because this is what everybody's tuning in for.
It is. Yeah. So. Yeah. That's why we're up to 21 viewers today.
Well, we talked about this.
We did.
We did the stream on YouTube and Twitter last night. And on Twitter, I think you get a lot of those bot
There's
eyeballs.
so many bots. So you can actually look. We stream on StreamYard, just so everyone knows. We have a few minutes. You could actually click up there, and it between John's Twitter feed and the Dynasty Theory Twitter feed was the exact same amount of viewers.
180 and 180.
Yeah, and it's not really possible for it to work out that way, So it's definitely bots.
So yeah, I was I was deflated. So I was like, you know what? Get those bots out of here.
That's right.
Commanders took a defensive tackle.
Yeah, we don't care. That's too bad. Good thing you can tell me about that in 10 minutes from now, too.
Why? What do you mean? I don't get it.
Because yesterday I forgot whenever you said who picked who. You might not remember.
No. I remember it all very well. After the show last night, I had some chicken upstairs still. I was a savage, just eating it out of the container.
Good for you.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I had a piece of string cheese. Just,
So, where do you have McConkey?
Behind Harrison, behind Neighbors, behind Adunze, behind Thomas.
There's someone's name I haven't heard yet.
Behind Worthy. That's it for wide receiver.
Yeah, but what about cross positionally with the quarterback?
Oh, Nix?
Yes.
I have him with Nix right now.
With Nix. That's fair. We talked about it a little bit. I don't know what we're going to do during rookie drafts. I think we have enough little. It's a good thing you covered up for that. But our rookie drafts are going to be rough because we're just not seeing eye to eye on a couple of players here.
I have tears in my eyes. It got me. It got me. I was fine all day.
My bad. It's my bad.
No. JT, my wide receivers, Marvin Harrison, Neighbors, Adunze, Thomas.
I think that's going to be. I actually think we'll see a fair amount of McConkey over Thomas.
That's fantastic.
That is pretty good. Yep.
All right, Chris. Hold on, this is jumping around. There we go.
You got it.
14-team Superflex. Who are you taking at 102?
I'm taking Marvin Harrison Jr. The only time I'll get off of it is in a 16-team. 16-team, I'll get off Marvin Harrison. But he's that good of a talent to me that I want him in the 16-team league. John's having a rough go at it. There was a time last year to where he would do this during every show for a good 6 months in a row. I hope it's not coming back. He went downstairs. Maybe that's the issue.
No, we're all a little stuffed.
Patriot select wide receiver. My guy. Everyone does know he's my guy. Jalen Polk.
That is
Jalen Polk with Drake May. Oh, it's beautiful.
So I had him going in the third.
Oh.
37.
I'm going to have to make so many adjustments here.
The Polkinator. All right. So Jalen Polk.
Chargers. No, sorry. Never mind. I went to the wrong list. It was behind.
All right. So let's see. Top 4, 5.
I love that for Polk, man. That is such a good spot for him.
I'm looking at my post-draft scores for the rookie wide receivers here in the sheet, the rookie data sheet. And McConkey, he's so low for me because, again, it's all the things I'm looking at are, if I could scroll here, when I look at everything, it's the breakout age at 20 and 30%, the college dominator. I have a very low minimum threshold for 40 times. Just don't be as slow as me. Contested target percentage for the final year, receiving yards per team pass attempt max, receiving yard market share max, reception market share max, early declare. Lad Now the early declare thing, I've talked about this. I think that's going to start to shift a little bit more
It should, yes.
because the way like that is not necessarily a death sentence. And I actually think my calibration has gotten there's not a huge gap, honestly.
Yep.
It's getting closer and closer to being completely irrelevant.
I think it's relevant if you have an early declare who absolutely killed it his first 3 seasons. Then it's okay, but I don't think you kill guys for going back for their 4th year anymore, if that makes sense, right?
No, I complete 4th year. Now, if it's a 5th year,
Yep.
Xavier Leggett.
Agreed. Yep.
But like he's low for me from a pre-draft score. Going back to 2017, he's 30th percentile for me. When you incorporate the top 40 draft capital, he comes up to 67th percentile. But again, like the point of me saying all this is he's going to be the one guy now. I thought there might have been 2 with Adonai Mitchell and Ladd McConkey, but even Adonai Mitchell, he checked off more boxes when you're going across the board. But Ladd's going to be the guy that I'm just going to have to kind of ignore the sheets and just
You will.
go with that feeling in my tummy, you know?
Yeah. But he's the one guy too, even if you don't watch film, you could throw on a game of Georgia when he's playing. You're like, all right, that guy's going to be fine in the NFL.
I gotta give props to Dolph Ziggler here. It's not worthy to poke your Penix into any of your neighbors. That's just a great pun.
It's not bad. You would be a fan of that.
That's a good pun.
All right. The best part is
what?
You're going to be able to stack Drake May and Jalen Polk in these drafts. You could go with an all Patriots rookie draft so far. You have the 104, you take May, you take Polk. Yep.
You trade the 304 for Hunter Henry?
Well, maybe they draft someone else. That's what I'm saying. It could be an all Patriots rookie draft.
All right. So Polk. All right. So where I'd say I'm taking Ladd over Knicks, but Mitch might remove me from the chain.
I'm used to it, man. I'm used to it.
So Ladd. Okay, so I had like that. That's certainly it. So right now, I have Harrison, Neighbors, Adunze, Thomas, Worthy, Ladd, and then Polk in a tier at 7. Wide receiver 7. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. There's a question that we actually talked about this exact thing. Where are you taking Brock Bowers in a standard 0.5 PPR start 1 tight end? We talked about this exact scenario.
107.
Okay, 107.
Yep. 2.0, I can move him up, but 0.5, he's the 107 for me.
Are we? Is this a? Are we? When we see standard, is that 1 quarterback? Is that super flex still?
Yeah, it's true. If it's standard, then he's what, the 103? If I'm looking at it, yeah, 103.
With no premium though, I think I still go Dunze over him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking 0.5 premium. I don't know why I was looking at it that way. Standard 0.5. I'm going to Dunze, then Brock. No, so 108. Yeah, I don't know.
And then if we get a Dallas running back,
there's so much going on right now, man. It's hard to keep up.
This is fun.
Oh, it's awesome. So I'm so far tonight not bringing in the players that were picked yesterday. I'm McConkey, Polk, Coleman, and then Pearsall again, but we're not talking about yesterday's there.
See, Pearsall, I have him in the same tier that I had him yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to see if either Ayuk or Debo gets moved. Like that's kind of like some of these guys
are taking a defensive tackle.
Who was that?
Titans.
Okay.
Panthers are on the clock.
So Tavondre Sweat.
This is important, John. You need to read this.
JB, I made your "I'm Bowers hard" comment my ringtone when my girlfriend called. I laugh. Oh, Brock hard. I'm Brock hard. That's fantastic. I think it's glorious. Has your girlfriend heard that? Has she had any questions?
Why is she calling you while she's in the room with you? We'll never know.
No, but like,
I know.
hey, honey, listen, this is really funny. Listen to this weird guy on my ringtone. Oh, man. I say the dumbest things. Jalen Polk. Now, there were a lot of people that thought Jalen McMillan just had a down year and that actually preferred him over Jalen Polk.
Yeah, yeah.
Does it kind of
Didn't Casey
depend?
see that on when we're on the FF Dynasty? I'm pretty sure he was talking about that.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's
they're
Polk.
live tonight too. Next year we gotta
be a lot better if we just did that, I think.
those Jags.
Yeah.
Casey and Jay over there at FF Dynasty. I think they're just live on their Patreon, but if you're part of their Patreon, I'll allow it. Go over there, check them out for a few minutes, but you better come back.
Yeah.
Okay. I showed her. She was like, "You were weird." Let's see. In the Your Guys episode, Polk and McMillan were some of my guys, and Polk got a real nice spot. I mean, this isn't your granddaddy's Patriots, maybe. Maybe
you might be willing to take Drake May in rookie drafts.
Dude, I don't hate Drake May. May I?
We had a comment to start the show where Brian had like 14 picks, and you were like, we're going to do everything we can to not draft Drake May, including losing out on Marvin Harrison Jr.
That's not what I said.
Pretty close.
I actually was willing to trade a pick just to not have to take, and actually not even trade, just I was willing just not to make a pick.
Just let it go. Yeah. I want to see that happen at some point. As a commission dynasty leagues, instead of just letting it auto timeout and it drafts for him, I think during rookie drafts, if you miss a pick, you just lose the pick. I think people would be a little bit more amped up to make their picks if that was the case.
I like that because I'm as spiteful as the next person.
Yeah.
And I'm as petty as they come. But then you get somebody that's pissed off, they leave the league, and then trying to fill that, hey, you lost a pick, but hey, come take this team over.
Well, if it's on MFL, they're all free now anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal.
All the free orphans. The Rams traded up. This is glorious.
So far. I think they're going... Are they going Kool-Aid here? No, because Cooper's still on the board.
So the Panthers are trading 39. What if Jatavion Sanders goes to the Rams?
He will be above.
I see Haller and Ronnie are saying the same thing. If he goes to the Rams, do we want Jatavion or Brock?
I mean, if you want to win this year.
Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. So
I wonder if this would load faster if I did it on my computer instead of trying to update it all the time on my... I'm going to try that.
What?
Load Twitter on my computer instead of trying to have it upload on my phone the whole night.
Oh, I'm just constantly swiping, like,
yeah.
refresh.
But I always close it out and then I go back to it and it resets itself.
So who is this? Carolina
go to lists
and the Rams. So the Rams, they're going to have to give up a pretty penny here. That's what, 13 spots?
Mm-hmm.
The Rams are like that dog that chases the car that like wouldn't know what to do if they caught it. They have 2 draft picks in the first 2 rounds. Like,
what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
Yeah, like, squirrel. What?
Oh man, I'm so happy for Jalen Polk though. That's a good spot. Honestly, I'm I'm happier that Polk went there than if Troy Franklin would have gone there, to be honest with you.
Is it Diana or Deanna Rossini?
Deanna.
I completely butchered it both ways. Here, real quick, the compensation. Wow. The Panthers traded the number 39 overall. They got 52, a fifth, and a second in 2025.
Holy.
That's a nice return.
Rams don't want picks anymore. They're like, you know what? Nope. We made one. We actually have to work tonight.
So Rossini, I spoke to Deebo Samuel on the phone. Hold on, let's see, is the pick in? The Rams are drafting
Mitchell.
Braden Fisk, defensive tackle from Florida State, I think. So I spoke to Deebo Samuel on the phone. This is from Rossini, and asked his reaction to the 49ers drafting his potential replacement and to the reports that they explored trading him. He says, I know what's going on, but it is what it is. I'm good staying with them. I'm chilling. That sounds like a man that knows he's about to move.
Or you could be like, or he's happy too.
But I mean, didn't we see that video a few days ago of Brandon Ayuk after the Steelers cleared some cap space? Brandon Ayuk was dancing on Instagram, and people were like, whoa, these two things must be connected.
They have to be. Who's he following?
Ah, that's a good point. All right, so the Rams, Braden Fisk. These NFL teams need to realize if they're going to trade up.
Yeah, don't do it for tackles.
No.
Helps out my Kyron, though. That's all I got to say.
Defensive tackle.
No, it helps out my Kyron.
Yeah, I thought you were saying because an offensive tackle.
He's not a running back.
Oh,
that's all I care about.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for the first running back to be blown to smithereens.
Maybe here with the Commanders. John, sorry. Keon Coleman's calling you out right now. Keon Coleman, how are your response to people saying he doesn't have enough speed? I don't think I've ever been caught from behind. The guys saying about speed aren't the guys on the field.
I didn't question his speed. I said he can't separate. And I'll say that live.
Isn't that kind of the same thing?
No.
Oh.
You don't have to be a blazing fast gentleman to create separation.
Oh, so it's his agility that you have issues. It's acceleration.
Potentially.
Okay.
Trade.
Are you serious?
The Eagles are on the clock. Where are the Cowboys?
They move in front of the Cowboys again.
Oh, that was late. That's later. Yeah. Is this for if they would take? What if they have Barkley and Brooks? That's gross.
Sorry, I think it might be Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, Dijon.
Yeah, him. Yeah.
Listen, anytime there's a trade, I'm going to speculate, and it's always going to be an offensive player. Here, while we have a second. So Commanders are trading back with the Eagles. Look, today, where is it? A lot of arrows here. A lot of arrows. And I'm throwing this away here eventually because I'm not going to be able to keep track and follow it. But Jalen Polk, where did you slide him in? For
the Eagles took Cooper DeJean.
Little Dijon mustard.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Kyle says more wine. I switched to coffee tonight. I didn't get a nap in the way I was hoping.
Eagles are really good at the whole drafting thing.
It really is incredible how they continuously get these guys that are ranked far higher on
Yep.
overall draft
And they're
boards.
willing to go up and get them, but they don't trade too high to go and get them. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Lurs says Eagles trading up now to lull the Cowboys into a false sense of security before they trade in front of them again later this round.
So next upcoming picks, we got Packers, Texans, Cardinals, Raiders, Saints. Sadly, I don't think the Packers are going skill position.
No, I don't want that to get any more clouded than it is.
Yeah.
Like they went from having a situation where, like, oh, we have no receivers outside of Devontae Adams to like we have a bunch of
we have a lot of wide receivers. Yep.
Tequila and yellow Red Bull. Oh,
like a real man.
I used to drink. I would do the vodka and the blue Red Bull together.
I did that a lot.
My heart for the night would just sit on the outside of my body, like. Jack, thanks for checking out the live stream tonight, man. Mm-hmm. He hates Philly. Make his way over from the Discord. Trade. Oh my God. Saints are on the clock.
So Saints probably moved up from 13, I would guess. Sorry, the 45th pick, 13th of the second round.
Yep. Yeah, these arrows, they're not cutting it here. They're going to... All right, so Saints are on the clock. A wide receiver makes sense here.
Oh, receiver makes a lot of sense, yeah.
You got Chris Olave. I could see...
80?
No, I'm going a different direction for the Saints.
Okay.
Malachi Corley is my guess.
I'd like that. I'd like that a lot.
So the Packers traded 41 to go back to 45. They got 168 and 190. So what is that? A 6th and 7th? 2-6. All right. So Troy Franklin, he has not been drafted yet. Adonai Mitchell has not been drafted yet. See, that's the big slider. I guess there was concern about the diabetes talk. Like that smoke maybe came to fruition, or maybe it was all smoke to begin with. And
exactly.
Had
I
any
think
interest.
that was probably more of the case. When you looked at his profile, he did not make sense as a first round guy.
All right. So Jalen Polk went top 40. Keon Coleman. What pick was he? I got to look at my sheet. I guess.
Keon Coleman was 33. Keon Coleman, the replacement for Stefan Diggs. Yeah. Saints trade. Okay, I don't know if that's right. I'm not going to say that yet.
What?
Oh, I'm on the NFL beat reporters, but there's some people on there who aren't really beat reporters, so I'm not going to say what they said.
Well, no, just say what it was.
Saints are taking Kool-Aid McKinstry. Yeah, and it's official now. Yeah.
Is it?
Nick Underhill saying it, so that's the case.
He's a good reporter for the Saints. He's a name that pops up constantly.
Yeah, no, he's awesome.
He's pretty solid.
Yeah,
he's pretty solid.
He's good. No, the other one I saw before it was K1 since day one. He said it first, but I don't know who that is.
Do you think when Nick Underhill gets old, he's going to be Nick Over the Hill?
Unless he moves to New Zealand and moves to Hobbiton and lives in the hill with the hobbits. Just saying.
I'm glad you further explained that because that reference.
I know. You probably never seen Lord of the Rings like we talked about last night.
I mean, if it's not a reality show, I don't know what it is. All right. Who did we say the Saints took? Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid. Yep.
Was he projected or was he thought to be higher on people's boards?
He was a very late first round pick. They thought the Lions would take a shot at him.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's 10 picks off where people said, so that's not bad.
Okay. Who did the Eagles take?
DeJean.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 wide receivers in the top 40.
Uh-huh.
That
If
is that a record?
It has to be. If you look at ESPN's best player available, there's one wide receiver in the next like 40 guys, just because all the wide receivers have been taken.
Who is it?
AD Mitchell.
Okay. Poor Troy Franklin.
Yeah, poor guy.
I mean, I talked about, one of these guys maybe being a version of Jalen Hyatt, who I thought was going to go earlier, and he slipped to the third round. Josh
Yep.
Downs slipped. Now I say slipped compared to my pre-draft expectations, which obviously should be written in stone because they should have been spot on.
I mean, really skinny, fast guys. I mean, outside of Xavier Worthy, right? Who's like the fastest guy. It seems like the NFL's letting them slide a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, we've hit that wall here. Jalen Polk was too much excitement. What?
John, great news. Season 2 of MILF Manor is airing. So I don't know
Well,
if you're into that one, but
I thought it was going to be a comment about like the ladies of the forest or something.
yeah.
Because I'm a forest man. Yeah. All right. So remember, we have the episode we did last night, which I think that for the most part, top 8 or 9 still very relevant.
Yes.
And now we're starting to see a shake up at 10, 11,
Mhm.
12, and we're going to get a lot more diversity. And I think there's going to be a lot of variance, and it's going to make rookie drafts so exciting.
So far, the second round's looking great. Kind of, we've brought that up to where we did the mock drafts for like 21 and 22. We're like, as much as we like them, sometimes we miss on those players. But the hype is going to be there. And that's really what matters. Whether these players pan out or not doesn't really matter. It's the value behind them for the next year or so that matters.
The Houston Texans.
See, at least I'm not the only one.
The Houston Texans selected Kamari Lassiter, cornerback, Georgia.
There's no more cornerbacks on the board.
I see Kyle's got Brian Thomas with the 112 2 hours ago. Who went 108, 109, 110, 111? And what were the league settings?
Fine, unless Blad McConkey was on the board there.
I mean, I would have to think he was available since it was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I would assume too.
I just, nice landing spot. So Keon was Buffalo. Ladd was Chargers. Polk, New England. That's it, right? Those 3 guys.
Mm-hmm.
I get so sad when we get like 5 picks in a row that are not.
It's rough.
Like you can feel the wind just get taken out of the room.
Just
the air.
A little bit.
Just.
It's because we need the running backs right now. I know we're probably about 15 picks away from a running back actually happening, but that's what we need. We need that. So we're not just, we'll move this one wide receiver up one spot here.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big splashes here. Still think Ja'Tavion Sanders could have some, make some movement here. What is going on? What is going on?
Be back in a second.
All right. So we're pick 43, 44, 43. Oh boy. The law is real. The law is real. So let's see. Kyle's 108 was McCarthy. I think that's a nice value there. 109 Worthy. I prefer Brian Thomas. Mitch likes Worthy over Thomas. Talked about that a little bit in the first hour. Bo and then Penix. Yeah, that Penix pick. I'm not there at 111. So I love the Brian Thomas pick. Oh, it's gonna be really interesting when we start seeing a lot of the big name folks start to put together and formulate their thoughts and their values and rankings around Parasol, Leggett, Polk, Coleman, and McConkey, because I think there really is going to be a big shake up across the board, and we're going to see a lot of movement and a lot of differences draft to draft, and I think that just creates opportunity, and you're going to see people kind of similar to what we're seeing in the NFL draft tonight. People, they're going to be a little bit more willing to move up, and I think we're going to see a lot more movement with these picks in general. Whereas 2 weeks ago, there was very little interest in late first round rookie picks. Everybody wanted to get something in that top 7. There was very little interest in doing anything involving seconds. And, I think there were deals to be had. I know Stranded made a comment in the chat I saw briefly earlier, like he wishes he had more of those early seconds that he may have traded away. And obviously the story isn't written. Those pieces could pan out. And if they ultimately help you win a championship because you acquired a veteran, then it's all worth it. But I think we're going to see some, like, I think we're going to see in leagues like a Mike Evans for 205 or, things like that. And they're going to be moves. And I know like Kyle's, you and Corey for your co-managed leagues, I know he's going to want to be scooping up all those veterans. I know Kev's going to want to be scooping up all those veterans. Strand's in the chat. This is why rookie drafts immediately following the NFL draft is the best. ADP didn't finalize yet. And that exactly because it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like whenever you have that data available, it's like, okay, like he's 112. I'm taking him at 112, especially if you're in leagues with people that aren't as tuned in as all of you guys are. And Strand says, I'm still sad, JB, and I traded a bunch of them to you. What trade was that again? I'm genuinely asking. This is not me just saying like, oh, say the trade. Corey never met a pick he didn't want to sell. By July, it's all ADP. Exactly. Yeah, it's like I love to see the drafts that happen, even by next Monday that kick off. So what is that? What day is that? The 6th. Like I think a lot of drafts kick off May 6th, that the following Monday there. But like I have some that already have been pushed back to like June. And I'm like, okay. And I want something that one is going to give the opportunity for more movement now, but also that's going to create opportunities because before that ADP sets in, we're going to be able to go out there and target the guys that we want. And, that may not always be possible because the tier breaks are a little bit more, people are aware of where those may be, at least from a value perspective, not necessarily on how they actually pan out. But Jeff, evening. Is it feeding time for one of the little ones? Man, what is it? 2 a.m.? 2:04 a.m., Jeff? I think I got Higgins Cup A-Chan from you for a bunch of picks and duplicates. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my team is straight shit in that league. I think it was year 1. I kind of went with a win now build. I ended up doing a 4-way chop for the championship, and then I've been trying to recover ever since.
I did a chop in that league. The reason I think you went all in just like I did, because there's a big like point per carry premium in that league. So I think we both just went really running back heavy, which helped us get close to winning the league, but then we chopped it. It's like, well, that's not worth it.
But I think you would have destroyed me, I think, or somebody would have. Like, I
In the
would have gone
semis. Yeah.
absolutely smashed.
Yeah.
Christine Auction sending me text messages. Come on. It's like, you up, boo? We noticed you haven't bought anything in a while. You're gonna empty your bank account again?
Exactly. Yeah. Is there any helmets you want to buy and ruin a rookie's career?
Listen, I know I've been yelled at and I've been warned, but I was eyeing up a CJ Stroud helmet last year.
Oh,
I
honestly, like, I don't want a Texans helmet like in my, like, I have like a Lions man cave, right?
Yeah, right.
But that new Texans helmet with CJ Stroud's, it would look pretty good out there. I think it would look great. Yeah.
But honestly, the full helmets that I have, well, besides Jack Youngblood, but he's a Hall of Famer. Jamar Chase, James Conner, Justin Jefferson.
Injured, quarterback injured, always injured.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna mute myself.
The Raiders are taking Oregon center Jackson Powers Johnson. I actually thought he was a first round kind of guy. So John's getting drinks. Oh no, he's getting popcorn. John's good. He's getting fed. Oh. What's up, buddy?
Ready? Okay, you can talk now.
There we go.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
How was the zoo?
Good.
Was
Hey,
it?
Who's your favorite pick of the draft so far? Who's your favorite player?
Say Drake May.
I don't know.
Drake
Okay, I mean
May.
that's good. Do you like Bo Nix this year?
Who's so next?
Exactly. That's all we need to know. Thank you.
Welcome.
I mean, Johnny's not interested in Bo Nix.
I
Nobody
was
should
trying
be.
to get him to say Drake May the whole time, but he just wouldn't do it. He was like, I'm not listening to you.
I love the reaction. Who's Bo Nix?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, son. Don't worry about it. Thanks for the popcorn.
Do you have your own popcorn maker?
No, I would love it.
They are worth every penny. They are so awesome.
We probably, I would say on average on a given week, probably average about 5 to 7 bags a week.
Yeah, they're not expensive, man. They're like $200 for one that just sits on the counter, and they're awesome. They're so good.
Yeah, nice little snack here. A little surprise. All right.
Dun, dun, dun. Yep. So that was the last pick. Oh no, the Packers are taking Texas A&M inside linebacker Jaron Cooper.
Edgerrin?
Edgerrin. Yeah, it's probably better if you say that fast. If you don't sound it out, it's probably a lot better.
I mean, he really should have been an edge.
Edgerrin. Yep, that makes sense.
All right. So number 44 was a center.
Yep.
Number 45 was a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
What was 43?
Oh, give me a second. I'll pull it up.
I got it. Cornerback. Okay. Don't care about any of those. Jaron Cooper. Huh.
This is kind of how I thought the second round would go, to be honest with you.
Trade. Panthers are on the clock.
I don't think that's a good thing, to be honest, as far as fantasy goes. Because even let's say they go Troy Franklin. I kind of hate it.
I think they would need somebody like Bryce Young. Obviously, it was limited in opportunities there with his targets in 2023. But I think somebody that really creates separation. And I know
Sanders.
I know Franklin Actually, I don't think
I wouldn't mind
would
that one.
hate that.
Yeah.
I know Tommy Tremble, it would be very disappointing there.
Trembling's over.
The trembling could be over. And I know Troy Franklin, like we talk about contested target rate, he's below 17%, so certainly in a good range. Uh, but I don't think he necessarily fits, especially with taking Leggett there in the first.
How many picks to the Cowboys? We got pretty much 10 picks to the Cowboys pick.
Yeah, Carolina needs a running back. Don't say that too loudly in front of Kyle's over there. His boy Chuba from what province again? He's Canadian. So the Colts trade 46.
Mm-hmm.
They got 52, 142, and 155.
That's a lot, man.
So a couple fifths for 6 spots here. I saw a little blurb earlier today, and you could probably say this about every single draft, but it was saying how
the Panthers are taking Texas running back Jonathan Brooks. Oh,
wow.
That's such a good spot for him. I was just saying how I don't like the kind of the players that the Panthers are selecting as far as wide receiver wise. But now really look at the offense. They have Deontay, Leggett's, whatever, but they still have Thielen. They don't have a tight end. Have Jonathan Brooks. They're kind of trying to do the same thing that the Bears have done for Caleb. They're just trying to give Bryce Young talent, which if you give up as many picks as the Panthers did to get Bryce Young, that's the moves you got to make.
Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Dan is in shambles. He does not know what to do.
It's okay. Cowboys are taking Blake Corum now.
Trey Benson, baby. Inject that shit into my veins. If they take Trey Benson, I'm gonna. I don't know.
Oh, I know what you're gonna do.
All right, so Jonathan Brooks, 46th pick. Had him in the second round, so we're good there.
Oh, that changes some things for me now.
All right, so where do we have Jonathan Brooks then? The first running back off the board here. But there's a chance, a very realistic chance that that Cowboys or Chargers landing spot still
right now. So don't hold this to me if the Cowboys or Chargers choose someone, right? Right now, my first round is set with Ladd McConkey at the back end of it. Jonathan Brooks is my 201 ahead of Jalen Polk.
Really?
Yeah. I do like the landing spot, right? I do like it. But that offense still leaves a little bit to be desired. But there's some more running backs that could change some things. But right now, Ladd McConkey is in my first round.
Like last year, Chuba Hubbard, not necessarily efficient, but 900 rushing yards, 5 touchdowns on the ground. Had 44 targets. Like, I think it's not great for Chuba Hubbard, obviously, but I think you're going to get some usage out of him to start the season.
Yeah.
Like, his contract is up after 2024. So run him into the ground. I think Chuba Hubbard it could be like a nice stopgap for your fantasy teams that you could probably just get thrown into a bigger deal. He doesn't need to be the focal point of a deal by any means.
Yeah.
So I think there's some upside versus cost there. And then for Jonathan Brooks, I'm not going to be moving him, but that 111 to 202 tier.
Yeah.
And honestly, like I know you look at, you hear 202, 203, but you could call them first rounders still.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I don't have any issue with it. I'll agree with Chuba.
I didn't mean you. I
know,
meant you.
I know.
You.
The one thing with Chuba is, yes, if you have him on your rosters, it does hurt his value. But there wasn't a lot of people coming to trade for him anyways, right?
Mm-mm.
Maybe he did have a mid-second value. Do I ever think you could actually get that value for him? No. So now he's probably a third-round value, like a lot of backs are in the NFL. They're kind of in this
Oh, I think
position,
you could
right?
get him. I think for a fourth equivalent right now.
Probably, and I would. He's going to be. Jonathan Brooks isn't going to come in and get 300 carries. He's going to come in and get, if he's healthy, maybe gets 160. And that means Chuba's going to get the other 160.
I think they really ease him into it.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just nice to see a running back off the board there. That's man, I love this draft.
Well, I told you and Casey 8 running backs on day 2.
I don't think that's gonna happen still.
Oh my goodness. Just wait.
You've
Just
been right
wait.
so far, so I'm not gonna say, but
Hey, it's like me after I eat Taco Bell. The runs are coming.
it's good to know, John.
JB unfiltered, talking about bowel movement.
Jaguars select defensive tackle.
Jaguars?
Yep.
Giants took a safety.
going quick
The
there.
Giants took.
I didn't realize we
safety.
talked about Brooks for so long that the Giants and Jaguars both picked.
B Hard, I'm on board with you. Brooks barely gets 140 touches this year.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think the 160 or whatever it was that Mitch mentioned. I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but
Yeah.
I think it was like best case scenario. Like,
Yeah. That's he's not starting week 1, but he's in the lineup week 1.
No, I think it's a fine landing spot when we're looking at it from veteran running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Stop me when you would take
Oh no.
Jonathan Brooks over the running back.
Okay.
Okay. Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Breece Hall, Jonathan Taylor, Travis Etienne, Devon Achane, Kyron Williams, Saquon Barkley, Kenneth Walker, Rashad White, Josh Jacobs, James Cook, Isaiah Pacheco.
There we go. It's Pacheco.
And then Javonte Williams, DeAndre Swift, David Montgomery.
No. The hard thing is because I don't like Pacheco, right?
Okay, so let's ignore him.
Yeah. Keep going.
So you would take Javonte Swift and Montgomery over Jonathan Brooks?
But because I don't like your tier, to be honest. Sorry.
Well, excuse me.
I like Montgomery, Najee. I could probably talk myself into Javonte over him as well, but I'll take Brooks over the other guys.
Okay.
But like it's running backs, you can't have 5 tiers. I get it.
So running back 20-ish?
Yeah.
Okay. Man, you didn't even soften the blow. I don't like your tiers.
Well, when you have David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift in the same tier, I'm not going to like it. With Tony Pollard sitting there too.
I do have the Pollard in there.
David Montgomery is the second greatest running back to ever live. Third. I was being excessive there. Do you actually? I forgot you got his helmet.
Yeah, it was like
maybe you're not cursed.
If it's a little helmet, it's fine.
Oh, okay. What's the little helmet up there?
Jordan Addison.
Okay.
Put together a top 24 season, but we may never see that again from him.
Oh, question on your full-size helmets. I've been meaning to ask you this. This is important for the listeners too. When you flip it upside down, is it the full size that goes on your head, or is it the full size that has like the fake bottom to it? Oh, no. So mine has like a fake bottom, right?
So
like you can't even put your hand there. Yeah.
This has.
Oh, no, same. Okay.
But this one is like a legit helmet.
Okay.
Jamar
It better
Chase,
be.
James Conner. Actually, Jefferson has the bottom.
Yeah. That's weird.
It reminds me of Step Brothers whenever he's like, "It's fine that the mask isn't movie quality."
It's okay. Bengals select DT Chris Jenkins.
Great.
It's fantastic.
So that was Bengals. Who Jaguars take?
Was another defensive tackle, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. All right.
Do you know
We
what would
have-
be great? If Washington took AD Mitchell. Then I could just stay away from that whole team altogether.
You know what? Talking about receivers that didn't separate in their final year of college, Terry McLaurin is actually one of the few exceptions to break that curse.
And it took a long time for the dynasty community to like him too.
Yeah. I mean,
He
went
didn't
through
buy
the
in
NFL.
quickly.
He didn't have the analytical profile from a statistical standpoint.
Yep. The TV's 2 full picks behind right now.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, Jalen Polk says he models his game after Keenan Allen and Andre Johnson.
I mean, that's pretty good.
If anyone asked me, I'd be like Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson. That's who I model my game after.
Ricky Pearsall said Brandon Ayuk.
Well, that's good. See, he knows. It's a little weird to say like your teammate, though.
I mean, yeah, like, come on.
Yeah.
And Deebo Samuel's probably like,
Never
why did you pick me? Lurs, let's revisit this. James Cook over Brooks.
Yes.
I have them tiered together.
So that means John doesn't need to answer your question.
Can I answer that question in 4 hours? Good for the Panthers, making a little splash there. If you're a team that would have had the first overall pick, you really should be trading up for a running back.
You should. And you should be giving up 3 picks to do so.
John, your hair's looking a bit Johnny Bravo today. I'm really liking the volume today. Just got a shower right before the show. I've talked about showers not always sticking. Sometimes you're still a little sweaty, but I felt really comfortable with this one, guys. So, thanks for noticing. But no, I'm not going to bleach it. The Photoshop does enough. It gives people nightmares. All right, so now the Bill Enright tweet is being retweeted and circulated about Darren Waller.
No, sorry.
Somebody who was it? They were in a tight end premium league, and I can't remember if it was a 2 tight end league, but this is 2 weeks ago, and they were like, should I trade a third for Darren Waller? And I was like, if you can live with the good chance of him retiring. I mean,
yeah, for me, it's no, but I get it.
Well, I mean, yeah, especially whenever.
Well, no, I mean, even if he was coming back this year, I'd have a hard time trading a third for him, to be honest, because he can't stay healthy and he's going to retire at any second.
Yeah, it's. Hopefully that rap career takes off for him. Right? He
was.
Now?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Keon Coleman or Lad McConkey. So either one.
Okay.
Is that how I'm reading it, Jeff? One or the other? Or Jaden Reed?
Oh, I'll take Lad McConkey over Reed. I'll take Reed over Coleman right now, but let me think on that. Yeah.
I agree. I don't want to give the cop-out answer. I have Reed and Lad tiered together right now, but I'll take Lad, then Reed, and then let me get my shovel out and dig about 20 feet below the surface of the earth.
Just
then I'll take
remember
Keon
this,
Coleman.
John. You have been this way with wide receivers before. You can't come back in 2 months, be like, look, I have 12% rostership of Keon Coleman. I never hated him.
Who did I hate?
You said something about burying a certain wide receiver who plays for the Lions at this exact same time on this same night
No,
4 years ago.
It was at the very end of day 2 when he didn't get selected, and I didn't say I didn't have a shovel. I just said he was dead to me, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown.
It's pretty close.
But I still had solid rostership.
See, exactly. You better not have good rostership of Keon Coleman. That's all
I can tell you right now I won't.
You're like, I just won't.
I
You
won't.
will on our co-owns.
I promise, like, I'm gonna give on a lot of the picks that you want, as long as you give on some of the ones I want. Like, it doesn't need to be we both agree on a player. Like, I'm gonna,
That's good.
I will follow my sword.
Everyone has faith in that. Commanders taking defensive back that I've never heard of before in my life. Saul Nistril.
Hey, I give on a lot of picks in our co-managed leagues.
You do.
I gave on at least one pick in our co-managed
We did
league.
get some Jameson shares that you'll probably never let me live down. So that's my bad.
You also made me take Denzel Mims over T. Higgins. That was a real life example I brought up earlier.
We still don't know how that's going to play out. There's time.
Get out of here. Stranded. Panthers are dumber than every team. Fuck the Falcons.
Well, the owner is, that's for sure. That video that came around today, like, that sucked, man.
Wait, what happened?
David Tepper went into a Carolina restaurant because I don't remember what the sign said. The sign said something. He goes in
about like let the coach and the GM make the pick.
And like he takes the hat off the guy and puts it down. Yeah, like legit. He's just a weird dude, man.
Didn't he throw a drink on a fan like at the end of the game or something?
Yeah, because he just wants to win. He's just, that's what he does.
Just win, baby.
Yeah. Pick 50 already. Tonight's going by pretty quick.
Yeah, I don't think it's too crazy. Once healthy, it won't take Jonathan Brooks long to take over the Panthers' backfield.
You're on the same list that I am.
I mean, no shit.
True. Good job. I hope so.
Okay.
Maybe it's like a tank thing. Maybe he just never sees the field.
Yeah, could be. Oh, tank. So upsetting. Oh. All right. So who do we have left here? The Troy Franklin and Donnie Mitchell.
Yep. Free fall.
But I mean, we're getting to the point. I mean, the Steelers make a lot of sense.
Colts make a lot of sense. Washington makes a lot of sense.
Buccaneers could still take Buffalo. They're back
Browns
there again. What if the Chiefs take Troy Franklin?
Maybe Travis Kelce.
Steelers took another offensive lineman.
Nah, I'm not shocked. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I really think they're building around that running game and defense. I think they're like, yeah, we tried this whole passing game. It's just not going to happen anymore.
Stefan says, as a Giants fan, let's get Benson in round 3. Well, don't kill my Devin Singletary shares. Come on, Stefan. But I get it from a fan perspective. I get it. All right. So a couple offensive linemen for the Steelers. Again, makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, they needed it.
All right. So we got the Colts up.
Wide receiver.
Troy Franklin catching bombs from Anthony
Mhm.
Richardson for the 3 games he's healthy this year.
Which one? Troy Franklin or Anthony Richardson?
Take your pick. Pick your poison. All right. So. So we've had 4 offensive players so far. I think the 3rd round, maybe it's wishful thinking, but it's going to get juicy. Mitch is deep in thought.
I was reading through the NFL beat reporters listing real quick, just make sure we didn't miss any trades or anything.
No,
but,
stranded. The Steelers took a lineman.
Yeah.
Offensive lineman.
Yep.
I thought I said that.
You did. I was listening.
Stranded wasn't.
I know.
And that's why he's stranded on an island. Because he doesn't listen.
If he was in a forest, could help a little bit.
If a tree falls in a forest and I'm not around to hear it, does it make a sound?
Not that you could hear. Yeah, there's nothing right now.
You're like trying to get a pick to come out of nowhere.
it's gonna we need something.
All right.
Mhm.
At this point now, we are at pick 52. Do we see a trade today involving T. Higgins, Deebo Samuel, or Brandon Ayuk?
I don't think so, man.
Now, are you doing a little reverse psychology there? Like, oh, I don't think so. And then just so it happens to kind of get it out there.
I wish that was true. I think an Ayuk trade would have happened yesterday because it was going to take a first to move him. So I don't think Brandon Ayuk's getting moved at all.
I agree with that.
I don't think T. Higgins was ever really getting moved, to be honest. I think the Bengals are just not very good at the whole front office thing. So them not talking to him for a year, they're still like, oh no, you're on our team. You ain't going anywhere, even though he's pissed off. And then Deebo, maybe his contract, it's hard for another team to take that on unless the 49ers are willing to pay some of it. But it's hard for the 49ers to be willing to pay for some of it because they're not in the best cap space ever.
Donnie Mitchell to the Colts.
Ooh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Look at their depth chart.
Got to do my diabetes research. Good. Good for him. 52. Let's see how this spits out.
So it's Pittman, Downs, and A.D. Mitchell.
I mean,
that's pretty good for a rich man.
With JT, it's pretty good.
It's really good. There's like a lot of good wide receiver cores in the NFL right now. Like really good.
Well, yeah, because you see like these teams, and we've talked about this, like they're going to continue to invest in positions, even if you think like, okay, they really like Pittman, they really like Downs, but you can't just have 2 wide receivers on your team that you really trust.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially when you have an injury, you see how depleted some of these teams are. Like if Pickens goes down in Pittsburgh, like it's the Calvin Austin show.
Yeah, that's nothing.
That's what we're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, now if Pittman somehow missed a couple weeks, they're gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Like for the Colts, I love it. I think it's a really strong pick.
All right, so
now where am I going to put him?
Adonai Mitchell. I feel comfortable. Oh, thank goodness, leaving him where he is, and I have him tiered with Jalen Polk.
Oh,
and TBD Ricky Pearsall. If Deebo or Ayuk don't get moved, like Pearsall's value is going to drop.
Yes. I'm actually
JT, loving his Colts. I hated AD Mitchell, and now I'm back.
They bring me right back in.
Can you get Mitch? Are you updating things on your end?
I am. Yep.
Okay.
What's up? What you need?
Well, no, I was just gonna say, can you get 110 for George Pickens?
Dude, George Pickens is hard for me. Like, I was never high on him to begin with, so I don't have any rostership. So I haven't been offered a lot of trades, to be honest. So he's one of the players to where it's really hard for me to say where his value is, just because I don't have a lot of him.
I don't have a lot of them either. I made one trade, whenever I have a player in red or we're talking about him in the Discord, sometimes I try to go out and prove a point. I shipped off, I think, my only share of Pickens. It ended up being absolutely horrendous. I got back like Juju and something else.
I remember Juju. Those were good times.
This is back when he had his bicycle still.
Yeah, it's all over at this point.
And now he's accidentally posting things on Snapchat or Instagram.
Accidents happen. That happens to everybody, right?
I mean, this isn't the only little Juju that people were seeing. Okay.
You just had to, huh?
I mean,
in your head.
I just thought about it.
Yeah.
It's all right, Juju. It's all right. But it works out though.
Okay,
He actually isn't even on the screen here.
You have Mitchell and Polk together. I'm guessing. Oh man, I accidentally deleted someone. That's not good. I'll fix that in a second. How much below them is Keon Coleman for you?
Hold on, I'm laughing to myself here. Stefan's comment: I straight up
you're
cut
right.
Juju last year to lower my max potential points for. You could have just kept him on your roster.
Yeah,
and it wouldn't have hurt you. Look at Jay Hart laughing at that one. Thank you. I think that's to me. Let's see here. What was your Keon Coleman?
Mm-hmm. How far below Polk and Mitchell is he?
A tier.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, it's just one tier. Keon Coleman, Adonai Mitchell, Polk. And here's the thing. If Keon Coleman, let me change the score on the contested target. Let me just change that really quick. Fantasy football and real football. I know people think it's played on a field. It's played on a spreadsheet. We all know that. If he would have just separated, I would be whistling I would have Keon Coleman up there with Ladd.
Okay.
But I can't get past that data point.
Mm-hmm.
And he, he might go on to have a fantastic career and be fantasy relevant for years to come. It just won't be on my rosters.
It'll be on other people's.
And I know he's upset by that. I know he's going to play with a chip on his shoulder because he wants to be part of the Bauer Club. Who doesn't?
Maybe we could get him on the show.
I mean, I did wonders for Rachaad White's career.
You did. You are the reason why he made it up to running back 15 or whatever it was.
Better believe it. Harmon is out on Coleman. I won't consider him till late second. What did I say? I was outside of the top 20. I wouldn't take him. And we are at right around that 212. Most likely that's where I would have him.
Jack, I hope you're right.
Oh, Jack.
A Cowboy in 3 picks. I'm rooting for Blake Corum just because I think it's a lot more fun. But
Ben Sinnott, tight end, goes to the Commanders. I said I thought there was
talking about him.
I thought there was a very good chance that he would be the one. And I know I'm not the only one saying this, but he would be the one to potentially overtake Jatavion Sanders for that number 2 spot. He is an interesting prospect for me. I think he can be utilized in a lot of ways. I kind of said maybe he could be a good Dalton Keene that
Mhm.
never panned out. But going in the second round, he showed up. There we are. So I a little later, but if he went second round. What was the pick? 53. Holy moly. So we update that second round. So he's probably going to leapfrog, probably leapfrog Jatavion Sanders. But this puts him up,
Yeah.
like from a post draft score perspective. Like he's on the cusp of. So here's the issue for me now that is very upsetting to me. From a post draft score perspective, going back to 2003. Let's see if I can even do pre-draft score. What does that look like? Yeah, that looks pretty good. So pre-draft score, so not incorporating draft capital at all. You look at 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. I had, again, this draft capital does not weigh into this at all. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys in my top tier from an analytical perspective since 2018. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Pitts, TJ Hawkinson, Mike Gesicki, Noah Fant, Sam Laporta, Dallas Goedert, Trey McBride, all with top 12 seasons, all with multiple top 12 seasons, except for Kyle Pitts, Sam Laporta, and Trey McBride. But I expect that to change. That's 7 guys. There's one guy that is going to have to take quite some time now if he's ever going to hit it. He's going to be my only miss in that top tier over the last 6 draft classes. Who is it?
Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer.
Yep.
Michael fucking Mayer.
Yep. You should have had more Sam Laporta.
But he was in my top bucket. So from a percentile perspective, I had like 98%. But those 8 guys I had in the pre-draft. And then post-draft, when you incorporate that, it includes all of those same guys. And then Mark Andrews and Hayden Hurst, both top 12 seasons. Mark Andrews, multiple top 12 seasons. Like, it's very upsetting. So I like the data that I have for the tight ends, but it really hurts me for Michael Mayer.
It's not your fault that the Raiders drafted a better tight end. It's not your fault.
Everybody, it's like in Goodwill Hunting. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. But like, was that on anybody's radar?
No.
Like,
Well, I don't think him lasting that long was on too many people's radar, to be honest.
but like, I did not even think it was a possibility that he would be available for them. But I truly was. I would say that was, if Michael Penix didn't go 8th overall to the Falcons, that would have been the most shocking thing to happen yesterday. So I'm seeing so much for my Cole Turner shares. You can dump him. Stefana, man, my tight end room is Darren Waller and Michael Mayer. Why? Hopefully it's not a tight end premium league. I see the comment about Zach Ertz not breaking tackles. Yes. But yes, so Ben Sinnott, like this, it catapults him up. Like from a post-draft score perspective. So relative athletic score, 94th percentile-ish, 9.75. 4.68. He's below that 4.7 threshold that we like to look at. Height adjusted speed score, solid, 62nd percentile, not fantastic. Broke out at the age of 20, but breakout age for tight ends, not as critical. College dominator, eclipsed 20%. He gives you receiving touchdown upside, 20%. Almost 1.6 yards per team pass attempt max. That's really good for tight ends, 74th percentile. His average, he was consistent across the board. Receiving yard market share, checks that box. Reception market share, checks that box. 7'4", 250 pounds, BMI right in the middle. He is only 21 years old, turns 22 in June, coming from the Big 12. There's a lot to like here.
Yes.
And right now, the way my post-draft scores are, he would be the only one besides Michael Mayer, presumably, to never have a top 12 season out of my top bucket. And Brock Bowers, too. Kyle Pitts, Brock Bowers, Kellen Winslow, Vernon Davis, TJ Hawkinson, Noah Fant, Eric Ebron, Evan Ingram, Tyler Eifert, David Njoku, Jermaine Gresham, Hunter Henry, Greg Olson, Dustin Keller, Mike Gesicki, Michael Mayer, Martellus Bennett, Mercedes Lewis, Sam Laporta, Dallas Goedert, Robert Gronkowski, Trey McBride, Dalton Kincaid, Ben Sinnott. You guys are probably like, okay, don't talk about Ben Sinnott anymore.
Browns took a defensive tackle.
All right, so where are we putting this cat?
I have him right now very roughly below everyone who's been drafted so far.
You're like, I'm not even going to type his name.
He's my 210 right now. We'll see how the draft goes, right? The tight ends are always hard to piece in. So we'll give that some time to see how it ends up. Has nothing to do with where he got drafted either. It's just, I would do that with any tight end, to be honest.
No, that's fine. That's fair. Let's see, 17 to 20, 21 to 29. I would be looking at him early third in 2 PPR. So keep that in mind if you're thinking about the leagues that you're in, whether they're tight end premium or not. If it's start 2, still early third, I think that's fine. But I think for me, what's more interesting is I would have him tiered today with Luke Musgrave and K. Dotton.
Yeah, that's fair. Yep, agreed.
Holler. So where do we think Michael Pratt goes? Mitch cares less about Michael Pratt than he cares about Ben Sinnott, and he doesn't care about Ben Sinnott.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, is that a reality TV person? Is that Spencer Pratt's
I was going to
older brother, younger brother? Okay, Rob, I've got the 101, the 105 in a 12-team Superflex league. Current QB is just Trevor Lawrence on the clock at the 105. First 4 picks were Caleb, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s, Neighbors, and a Dunze. Do I double up on QB after getting Caleb and get Daniels May? Yes.
I prefer Daniels. Mitch prefers May.
Take what you want. Yeah.
I'm honestly like, I'm taking. Is there a tight end premium just for context on Brock?
Even if there was, I'm taking the quarterback there.
I mean, I have Daniels above Brock even in 2 PPR, but I just like the context.
I know.
Holler already beat us to it. Yes, take either quarterback, Roy as well, even from the UK chiming in. Oh, man. Nope, and my tight end is also Hawkinson.
Go quarterback.
I'm quarterback. Go quarterback. Yeah. Dolphins took an offensive tackle.
Oh, did they? All right, so who's up next? Oh, it's finally Cowboys, right?
Oh,
is it Cowboys?
Yes.
Nice.
Please, for the love of all that is holy, Jerry Jones, show us that you're all in. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Give us Trey Benson in the second round.
Who would be a bad pick for Dan? Who can we do here? Troy Franklin. just because Dan didn't want them to draft a wide receiver. That's the only reason why I'm saying that.
I would love that for Troy. Roy just said, I want whatever makes Dan angry."
Exactly. Same.
Listen, Jack.
Who's the best fullback on the board right now?
No, they have that Hunter Lupke or Lepke or whatever. All right, Jack, 6 hand praying emojis. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. You know they're gonna
Okay.
they're
gonna go with Joshua Carty. He's a kicker out of Stanford.
Let's see here. Come on.
Like, I really hate how this Blitzburg people are in the NFL beat reporters because they just post like highlight videos of random players all the time. Like, they just posted Malachi Corley highlight video. It's like, it's not helping me out right now, man.
No. Like, read the room, dude. All right. So we got Cowboys, Bucks. I'm trying to think. Where could you say Malachi Corley? Where could guy go?
Soon, I hope.
Chiefs at 64. Come on, let's do it here. Let's do it. Let's get Benson.
I just keep refreshing.
I know. I'm just swipe.
Yeah. They've probably only been on the clock for like 30 seconds.
The suspense is killing me.
It's been 14 seconds and no one's tweeted anything. What the crap?
I know. What are we doing?
Roy, you have to wait for one more pick. I know it's 2 a.m. there, but you have to at least wait for the Cowboys. Got to power through. The Cowboys war room looks like a cross between Darth Vader's throne room and the Mattel board room in the Barbie movie. That's accurate. Good. Roy's going to stay. All right.
Just for this pick.
I'll be so sad if they trade. The suspense.
I know it. It is killing me here. Still says they're on the clock.
Slotted cap hit.
Oh, it's got the chills.
People are letting us know that the Seahawks are 25 picks away. That's just fantastic.
Yeah, why is that being shared? Why do we care right now?
Maybe I could get 3 likes if I say that. I'm not bitter right now. It's cool.
Please Trey Benson. Please. I don't ask for much. NFL Network panel imploring the Cowboys to take Blake Corum.
See?
If they take Blake Corum, Mitch is going to be excited. All right, I'm getting impatient. They took a defensive end.
Did they really? You're right.
I know.
Marshawn Nealand. Well, sorry, Roy. You should have went to bed.
All right, Roy. Thanks for hanging out with us as long as you could make it there.
You can blame me.
So Brooks was at what? 46.
See, even ESPN says on the clock, best available might be Ennis Rakeshaw, but the best fit is Trey Benson. And they didn't do it.
What
It's
are we
not
doing here?
shocking.
What are we doing here?
I don't really want any of the other teams to draft a running back, to be honest with you.
Who do we got?
Yeah, Buccaneers
Not
wouldn't be
Tampa.
great. Packers wouldn't be great. Texans wouldn't be great. Bills wouldn't be great. Lions wouldn't be great. Ravens wouldn't be great. 49ers wouldn't be great. Chiefs wouldn't be great. Yeah, we might not be seeing a running back for a while, guys.
I mean,
think
I would
your
prefer.
odds of 8 happening tonight might be only 1 too high. Maybe we're going to get 7.
Piss off. All right, Mitch, hold on the fort here, buddy.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're leaving during the greatest time because there's so much going on. I appreciate it. Oh Lord. So who do we have? So Bucks could go wide receiver, probably not. So we're not getting anything there. Packers probably aren't going offensive skill position. Texans definitely don't need offensive skill position. Buffalo could. Lions, I think they actually trade back. Ravens, wide receiver, but I don't think we'll even like it that much if a wide receiver goes there. 49ers, don't love it. Chiefs, they're pretty set too. This is kind of like the end of this round's a little bit rough. So that kind of leads me to being able to really lock in these rookie rankings because the only thing that could upset it at this point is running backs. Troy Franklin going in the 3rd. I mean, people could trade up, of course, but just to pass time until John gets back. Troy Franklin going in the 3rd. I'm not going to have him in my 2nd round of rookie picks. Who else do we have that I'm forgetting about right now? Positions, best available. Jalen McMillan. I don't have him that high. Roman Wilson. I mean, yeah, we have 3rd round wide receivers now, guys. If these guys don't go, we have kind of Jalen McMillan, Troy Franklin, Brendan Rice, Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, Walker, Corley. I just think that it's going to be really hard to fill out the back end of the 2nd round. The hope is we're going to get some running backs in the 3rd. I really do believe that. That's what's going to end up filling in the slots in the rookie pick. So right now, just so this is a rough draft, don't quote me on this, right? 201, Jonathan Brooks. Don't have anything at 202. So there's one spot. Jalen Polk at 203, Keon Coleman at 204, no one at 205. So there's 2 spots that we could say are pretty open, pretty much that high. 206, Mitchell, 207, Penix, 208, Leggett, 209, Pearsall. Like I said, these are just rough. I just threw them in there. And then we have 210 through 212. Like we need 3 to 4 running backs going in that 3rd round to really solidify the back end of the second half. In the second half of the 2nd round. If we don't get that, you're going to want a top 18 pick in this draft. And after that, it gets rough. Yeah, guys, we're going to have people hit from, 208 to the end of the draft. Of course, we're going to have some people hit, but you're going to have to find that needle in the rough at that point. Instead of, if we could have had a couple of these running backs go to better spots, or we could have seen Troy Franklin get drafted now, or Malachi Corley get drafted now. Let's see. Holler, where do you have Pearsall? Right now, I have him below Penix, but that's just because I'm assuming we're going to get some running backs drafted. If it was right now, he'd be 205, 206 area. Man, when the Dallas announcer said it was Marshawn, I was hoping it'd be Lloyd. I've said it a million times. Lloyd's my favorite running back to watch in this class. He runs mean. He's really, really good. If we could get him the 3rd round, that would be awesome as well. But like I was saying, these wide receivers now, if they're going in the 3rd round of the NFL draft, they definitely need to be going in the 3rd round of your rookie drafts. It's really hard to prop them up at this point. So hopefully we see some trades, because I think that's about the only way we're going to see a lot of movement here. Just updating the NFL beat reporters to make sure that we haven't missed a pick at all. Let's see. Bucks get their edge rusher in Alabama DL Chris Braswell. So that didn't help us out any. Texans are on the clock. The problem with the Texans is a tight end doesn't help them out a lot. Their wide receivers are completely good. They got Mixon. I don't really see them going for a running back here. And even if they did, Mixon's going to be getting all the work. So we're not going to make this a second round running back. Well, it's getting a little rough out there, but I'm really hoping that we get some more running backs in the third round. All right, question for the chat, since there's 20 of you in there right now. Where do you guys have Keon Coleman? Because I think that's, we kind of talk about players that are kind of the edge in drafts, right? It turns into, are you willing to draft him, or are you not willing to draft him at this point? I think Keon Coleman's going to be that guy to where you're going to have that one person that's willing to draft him at the 203, but there might be 11 other managers in the league that aren't willing to take him until the 208. What's up, man?
So I was listening to you while I was upstairs. Couple things.
Uh-oh.
You used a phrase I'd never heard before.
Uh-oh. Okay.
A needle in the rough. Combining needle and a haystack, diamond in the rough.
Well, yeah. Have you ever tried to find a needle in the rough?
Is that actually an expression you use?
Yeah. It's a big Utah one. No, it's really not. But I was just going with it. And look, no one else brought it up, but of course you have to.
I'm psychotic. I was like, oh, I gotta get him on that. But also you talked about the how like we need some players to go here, and if we get wide receivers in the third round, if running back landing spots get a little iffy. I just talked about this when we did the guest spot on Trades in 5.
Mm-hmm.
I talked about how if you have like a 204, 205, 206, like those picks I'm going to be really targeting, or at least more hesitant to move off of pre-NFL draft. And I said that if you have the like 209, 210, 211, see if you could do something before the draft, because every year we talk about, hey, this class is so deep. There always is a cutoff as you get closer to the end of the second.
Yeah.
So like 20, 210, 211, 212,
Mm-hmm.
like, and we're seeing it happen, play out right before our eyes. So you have to find that needle in the rough.
Sometimes, like Ben brought up, diamond in the haystack. I'd search for one.
I mean, I would look for a diamond in a haystack.
Oh. Look, being solo is hard, all right. I don't care what anybody says.
I love the conversation, the monologue, if you will. Oh, man. Let's see. Oh, there was a trade completed in a league. 112, 309, and 509 for a 25 first and a 25 second. Where are we on that? 12-team Superflex.
I think you can actually see that happening a little bit. If you're a competing team, you get the 112 this year, and that 112 Slad McConkey, I can see a competing team willing to move their first and second next year. I think it's fair. I don't think it's bad, good. It's the old scales.
Yeah, I think it's fine. If like I would move if my team is built for it,
mm-hmm.
and I feel comfortable and confident in the way they're, the pick is going to be in 2025. Obviously, we can't be all that confident and comfortable in a game that has such randomness associated with it, but I would try to move my 25 first and second for like 109. And then like I have that tier break.
Yeah.
Between the 109 and 110 as things stand up to this minute.
Because it's hard right now. We don't We think we kind of have an idea what that 112 is. What if that 112 ends up being Bo Nix, which I think,
I know.
I mean, it can happen, right? I mean, granted, at the same time, it could be Xavier Worthy, I suppose. Worst case, it's probably Led McConkey. I think we're all okay with that at this point.
I think we. Adonai Mitchell says, "I'm just kind of pissed. Don't know what other way to put it. Excited to get to work."
Good.
Because he slipped.
Yeah. Yep.
Who has
Me
a Betty?
too.
Betty. Who has a better rookie year from Jeff? McConkey or Dunze?
I think it's going to be really close. Honestly, I'm going to go with Dunze though.
I really think so. I think it might be McConkey, but I think we're going to have an opportunity. Like, let's say DJ Moore or Keenan Allen were to miss time anywhere along the way. I think we are going to see the level that Roma Dunze can really get to.
Yeah.
And that superstar status. Like, I think Lad is going to be very good. I genuinely believe Roma Dunze is going to be a superstar. As things go. I also think Malik Neighbors is going to be a superstar. And I think Marvin Harrison is going to be a superstar.
Same. So Holler asks, Lad or Brian Thomas Jr.? I'm OTC right now at 110. I think Bo Nix is on the clock as well. Or he's available, but I'm pretty sure Holler is just leaving him out for reasons.
I'm Brian Thomas.
I think I am too right now.
I mean, really, I'm John Bauer, but for this
is why I like to have Saturday just away, just so I could kind of collect the thoughts a little bit. Like, no, I'm good doing this. Right now, I'm Brian Thomas. By Sunday morning, might be Lad McConkey.
But no, it is good to sleep on it.
Yeah, a little bit.
In the words of Meatloaf, as I was corrected last night. But it is good to sleep on it.
He'll select Cole Bishop, who is an absolute stud. Dude is good.
I thought you were going to say Cole Beasley. I was like, wait a minute.
Cole Bishop, dude, he's awesome. He's like modern day Eric Weddle. That good.
Okay.
Oh, Lions are on the clock.
I mean, like you said, though, like with the wide receivers and the running backs, especially looking at the rest of the second round, like, yeah, we want to get second round draft capital, especially for wide receivers. But do we want them going to some of these spots?
No, it's horrible. Like, you want someone trading in. I don't want to see the Ravens draft a wide receiver, to be honest. Like, I don't want to see that.
Especially with what you've said about like Jared Goff and his willingness and ability to throw deep. I don't know if we want somebody. I mean, they have Jameson Williams already. Like, do you want to add Troy Franklin to the mix?
Not really, to be honest, because Goff can't throw to a wide receiver 20 yards down the field. I'm being sincere when I say that too. Maybe Lions go running back. They're kind of a fan of him, to be honest. Let's see.
Yeah, Ron, I agree. I'm just throwing out fantasy relevant players' names right now, trying to speak something into existence. Like,
yeah, honestly, I don't know where they're going. I don't know who the Lions would pick at this point.
At this point, it's like I almost would rather an awful landing spot that makes no sense at all just to get a fantasy relevant player on the board.
Right. The Lions take Trey Benson. Not really, but
Okay, I would hate that.
it'd be something to talk about.
But when Montgomery,
Oh, the Lions select Ennis Rankshaw.
Oh, you mentioned that name.
Yeah, he was the top on the board for a little while now.
Who tweeted that?
That is Connor Hughes. I think he used to work for SI.
And then he was replaced by a bot.
By AI.
Let's see. So are you on the NFL beat reporters list?
I am, yeah.
All right, because you're beating me on all of these, so I need to.
I'm refreshing faster.
I'm refreshing, but I'm just looking at the conversations. I jumped in the Discord.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I see TJ slandering Ben Sinnott and saying he's Tommy Tremble 2.0. Not on my watch. Not today. Satan.
Yeah, like as much as we want players to be drafted, if these teams don't trade out, I don't want them to be drafted. Like a running back for the Chiefs would be fun. I could see that.
You know what would be really gross? If the Ravens took Trey Benson.
Oh yeah.
He gets a lot of comparisons to J.K. Dobbins.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense. And Derrick Henry, who knows how much longer he's got.
Like what if the Bills took Trey Benson, right? Then it's like, well, what do you do with that?
I would hate it.
Who's picking early in the third? That's what matters here now. Carolina, Cardinals, Washington, Patriots, Chargers, Giants. Yeah, we could see a decent run here in the third.
When is the last time we saw only one running back through the first two rounds?
Jonathan Taylor year? Is that right?
We had JT, we had Swift, we had Dobbins.
Okay, so it wasn't that one.
Here. Hold on.
I stand corrected.
So just to get the names out there. So 2023, we had Bijan, Gibbs, Charbonnet. So 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. I could pull this up pretty fast.
No, just let me do my research. Just let me really.
No, mine's faster.
Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, James Cook the year before. I mean, I'm sure you could Google it.
I found a year when there was 2.
2021, we have Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams.
It's never happened. I'm serious.
Stranded says we're running out of gas here because no offensive players are taken.
I'm at 2013 right now. The only year and that was when they started taking multiple in the first round. So it's just,
it's never happened.
The closest is 2019 when you had Jacobs go in the first, Sanders in the second. Then you had Darrell Henderson, Montgomery, Singletary, Damian Harris, Alexander Madison all go in the third. And there was like another 4 that went in the fourth. Remember Bryce Love?
Insult.
I remember Bryce Love. I like
a lot of people liked him. He was, I know it. PFF had him with a lot of their metrics that they're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
JT, no, you did not miss anything good.
Nothing big, nothing too big. I mean, I guess
the Ravens took an offensive tackle. Good.
Okay.
Good.
We're like, please draft someone, but that's good.
Well, yeah, not that year. This is when we need Dan really give us some historical insight.
Could be like his dad once played in the AUFL back in the day.
Well, JB, the last time that happened, his granddaddy,
I
it was 1947 to be exact.
was coaching him.
Zeke and Derrick Henry, so that's 2 in 2016.
Telling you, it never happened. This is going to be the first.
In a historic draft.
Where we all
Something
said the
that
running backs suck.
fantasy- It's something fantasy. Well, but again, like not just to say they suck, but when you have so many guys clumped together, so even, like, just why take them?
And I mean, it's true.
Even 2014, there was no first round running back, but you got Bishop Sankey, Jeremy Hill, and Carlos Hyde.
Mm-hmm.
Do that Sankey leg. We're going back. Gio Bernard, Lev Bell, Monty Ball, Eddie Lacy, Christine Michael. That was 2013 for anybody paying attention. Can we trade Mayer for Sinnott Plus? I don't think. No.
Can you get a third for Mayer, really? No.
No.
Nope.
No. Like in the tiers right now, I moved Mayer down to the 310 to 407 tier. Yeah. And like it sucks.
He's
sucks.
Almost droppable. You don't really drop tight ends like that, but he's droppable.
Like I had him right there at the very beginning of the second value. Like Kyle's making the same comment there, Mitch, kind of what you said. But again, like I just think when you have them all clumped together like that. All right, 2012. No, we had a lot of first rounders there. So don't even look at the second.
Didn't we have an argument about running backs in this draft? I thought we had something about running backs getting paid. I just thought about it because Cal's brought it up about. I thought we had some sort of argument about running backs getting paid, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. I don't remember what it was though. At this point, I figure you.
No.
John's like, I know what it is.
I said about the running backs getting paid. Was it any indication how teams viewed this class? Because
yeah, I don't want to answer that question now.
Because you were with no. That's not it.
I'll answer that after.
Kansas City's on the clock.
Keon Coleman
again.
I don't like. What if they took Trey Benson? That'd be kind of cool. They'll give him like 3 touches a game. They could even cut Isaiah Pacheco and they would still give Trey Benson 3 touches a game.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say, just because we don't know yet, what if they take Jatavian Sanders? You know, this year's kind of a whatever year for it, right?
It would be the Michael Penix version of tight ends.
I don't know, because does Kelsey last 2 more years? I'm kind of thinking this might be Kelsey's like last hurrah. He's what, 34 now, right?
Is that longer than a fortnight or shorter? I was like, I know one title.
I'll have to ask the Poet Society. I don't know.
Man, we are witty whenever there's
no It's picks. What we do.
The 49ers moved back 1 spot and got a 5-6 swap. So they're and the Chiefs took a tackle. Kingsley out of BYU. Kingsley Suamatea.
Oh, he's probably 28.
Is he Samoan?
Could be.
All right, so I'm back to 2006.
Well, come on, third round. Can we just skip? Where's the fast forward button?
Let's see. Kelsey will hang with Taylor after this year. What are you doing over there?
Clicking. Why am I making sounds?
No, I was just wondering. I was
No.
actually wondering what you were doing.
I'm refreshing the NFL beat reporters feed, hoping that something comes out that we can talk about, to be honest.
All right, because I'm back to the 2002 NFL draft.
I scrolled pretty quickly. That's when they used to take running backs all the time.
Yeah.
We'll take 4 in the first round.
2003 had 2 in the first round, nothing in the second round. In case anybody's curious.
All right, John. Here's a question. Do you know what this pertains to?
League of Legends.
No, come on. I'm the only nerd that plays that. Come on now.
Is it a CrossFit thing?
It's Harry Potter. Kingsley Shacklebolt. From the tackle that just got taken.
Yeah, I got it. That wasn't on my radar.
No, it wasn't very
I honestly thought it was like I'm going out
That's
back to work
Holler
on my
does play
Shacklebolt
League.
form. And it was coming from Ronnie, so I thought it was gonna be like CrossFit. Like,
You're only allowed to like one thing. It's true.
those are the roles. That's it. All right, I'm back to 1999. The MVP for Greg, Terrell Davis.
Yeah, he shouldn't have won it. Should have been Barry Sanders.
4 first-round running backs that year: Curtis Enos, Fred Taylor, Robert Edwards, and John Avery.
Robert Edwards. Vikings, right?
You're thinking of Robert Smith, I think.
Oh, who's Robert Edwards?
He was New England. And then I want to say, was he in Cleveland at one point?
All right.
New England. No. So he was drafted in 1998 at the age of 24. Had over 1,000 rushing yards his rookie season, 9 touchdowns, 35 catches, 330 yards, 3 touchdowns. Like, from a dynasty perspective, you'd be like, okay, 1999, he missed the entire season, leg. 2000, missed the entire season, leg. 2001, missed the entire season, groin. 2002, at the age of 28, he makes his triumphant return, plays 12 games for 20 carries.
I'm very sure that he was a Michigan running back because he was like the best Michigan. He had all the records until Blake Corum broke him this year.
He went to Georgia.
No. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh,
You're just making things up.
that's embarrassing.
But how early do you think that Robert Edwards, especially at that time with running backs, first round running back, kills it his rookie season, has over 30 receptions, 300 yards, 1,000 rushing yards. He was probably going super early in startups and going into 2000, right?
Do you think they had like all the stupid stats back then? Or since they didn't have spreadsheets, they just like looked at the last year's stats? That's when like magazines were king, right? Nothing changed. So like last year he got 1,400 yards. He's my running back too.
Yeah. Good question here from Kyle's. Looking at the running backs when I have them in my spreadsheet. No, ultimately, it's a very small shift when I incorporate the draft score between second round and third round, even early to mid second versus mid third. Like it,
Yeah.
bigger drop off third to fourth than second to third. Let's see.
This third round better not take 2.5 hours. That's all I gotta say.
It's been 2.5 hours. Why did I? It's only been one. One of the two. Yeah, we're halfway there.
Yeah, well, we're something. No, actually not, because the third round has comp picks. So no, we're not halfway there yet.
Comp picks.
Horrible.
Love it. Now, to go off of Jets traded up.
With
To
Carolina.
go off of Kyle's question here. So let's see. Hold on one sec. So we're round 3.
So who is Michael Pratt? Is he tight end?
No, quarterback.
Oh, for who?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm blanking. Hold on. I want to say like Tulane or like something.
All right.
Tulane. There we go.
Okay.
It's all coming back. It's all coming back to me now.
I mean, he's no Kenan Slovis, but
Slovis. Oh, he really killed it for the Pitt Panthers. Oh, man. Okay, so going back to Kyle's question regarding the running backs, but looking at it for wide receivers, a little bit more drastic, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. So the big drop off, honestly, is like once you get outside of the top 40, like there's a drop off from like, top 10-ish, then down to like 26-ish, and then to 40. Jets take Malachi Corley.
oh Lord. You know how I say these guys belong in the third round? I was lying.
Oh,
I was lying.
Corley to the Jets.
Are-
Corley to the Jets.
John, don't look at your tears. I have a question. Just stop. Just stop for a second. Xavier Legette or Malachi Corley?
Probably Corley.
I agree.
Probably Corley. So I had Corley as a placeholder going pick 55. He went 65.
Do you have him in the? I'll go look at your tier since you're in the other sheet, right?
Well, I haven't updated that. Let me look at that.
I know. I'm just saying what you have.
But he falls in that bucket from a draft score perspective where I had him. Yeah,
You might have to bump him up a little bit from where you had him.
this is where it's going to come into play, where I'm going to have to separate these out a little bit more too.
You will.
I did it with my tier 7 and tier 8. That's why there's 2 awkward white shaded tiers back to back. It never happens. Kyle
That's
says,
a great pick for the Jets, though. I mean, here, let me go to the depth chart just to make sure. There's been so much movement. I want to make sure that like we know who's there. New York Jets. So Jets have Mike Williams, Garrett Wilson, Xavier Gibson, Al Lazard doesn't matter. So it's a good pick, man. It's a really good pick. They could put him in the slot over Gibson.
yeah, I think I mean, I still feel comfortable with him at like that 212 range ish.
But the problem is, who do you put above him? That's kind of the issue now, right? We don't really have a 210. We don't really have a 211. Don't really have a 209.
All right. So Marvin, Malik, Rome, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, Ladd, Pearsall, Mitchell, Polk. Okay. Brock, Brooks, Nix, McCarthy, Daniels, May, Caleb. Is that 206?
Yeah.
You could say Penix.
Yeah. We need running backs is what needs to happen. We need 4 running backs in this round.
We need something with the running
Yeah.
backs. But here's the thing, though. The way my tiers are right now, I have that 202 to 211 in the tier above, but some of those guys might be getting shifted down.
Yes.
So that tier below
Oh, no. I
now,
know. Yeah.
now might start at like 208, 209.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
And I think we're for Kyle's comments, like don't bump them up. I think some running back go to some of those spots, even if around 3 picks.
Of course.
But like, I think we're talking more like cross positional. I'm assuming, right? So pick 65, Malachi Corley.
Connor Hughes says the Cardinals select Trey Benson per source. We didn't talk about James Conner dying. That was probably should have had an idea on that one, to be honest with you. I haven't seen any confirmation yet. That was 1 minute ago. It was by Connor Hughes, who's good. So I'm not really worried about it not being true.
Okay. Yep.
Called it. You're right, man. You did call it. Well done.
Oh, Kev is in shambles right now. Here, so really quick, Malachi Corley, I know a lot of people,
we have a running back.
I know, but just to give my quick spiel, my quick breakdown, coming out of Western Kentucky, Conference USA now, 3rd round draft capital, 65th pick overall, 22 years old, not an early declare, but like really solid frame. Like he's going to be a nice yak guy. I think his screen production was a little bit higher than people would like to see, but reception market share max good. Receiving yard market share max good. Receiving yard per team pass attempt a little lackluster, just above 2, 38th-ish percentile. Create separation, good after the catch, 8.6 yards after catch per reception. Not a high A-dot, 5.5. College dominator, 20-year-old breakout, never hit 30%. 4.56 40. Super low height adjusted speed score. Kind of falls in that. Just like he's there. Like I said in January, I think it was. Can you hear me?
No, yeah. I'm just waiting for you to be done so we can talk about Trey Benson.
Okay. I said in January that I thought Malachi Corley was going to be one of those guys, him and Jacob Cowing, that I was going to be higher on than the market.
I remember that.
I don't know if that's the case now with Malachi Corley. Anyway, Trey Benson. Trey Benson.
Love it. He's my 202 right now.
I mean, it's a beautiful landing spot. Let's see. James Conner contract.
We were saying for a long time that 112 could end up being a running back, the 111. It's not going to get there for me now. So for me, Ladd McConkey is in the first round. Then we start off with Jonathan Brooks and Trey Benson in the second round.
This is the final year of James Conner's contract.
Mm-hmm.
Let him ride off into the sunset. But now you have Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison, Trey Benson,
Trey
McBride.
Yeah.
Lots of Treys. I said it earlier in the show, and I'll drop it one more time, but that's pretty sexual. All right.
It is.
It is.
It wouldn't be if Cliff Kingsbury was still there, but now he's gone. So now it's pretty sexual. I agree.
So for me, I'm still good with Benson and Brooks where I had him.
Yeah, it's honestly, so before my pre-draft rankings, I had Trey Benson at 201, Brooks at 202. I just have them flipped right now. I could end up flipping him back, but I had him right at the 201. That's where I have him now.
So you have Trey Benson ahead of Jonathan Brooks?
I had him pre-draft. Right now I have Jonathan Brooks above, but give me some time to dive into it. I could easily flip Benson over Brooks.
So the big thing for me is how to value where I'm going to have Brooks, Benson, Nix, and McConkey compared to Worthy. Like, I know Worthy has that Kansas City landing spot, but is it as good as people would like, really? I don't know.
I get it. We are 3 picks away from this round being glorious. Just keep that in mind. The Chargers are up at 3 picks. If it's Blake Corum, and this is how it goes, this kind of goes back to where, remember how everyone killed the Lions draft because of how they drafted their players? They took like the linebacker in the first, but then they got the players who should have gone in the first and the second round. You're like, if you
Commanders went offensive lineman. All right.
Okay. If you just mix them up, it's okay. It's just like this. Yeah, maybe we wanted Benson and Brooks to go in the second, but they went to good spots. So I really don't care if they go in the second or third. To me, it's the exact same.
Yeah, I love that landing spot for Trey Benson. Again, I like, as fantasy managers, typically, like, I know, like, you want that day one immediate, gratification.
Mm-hmm.
Might not have it day one, but it's going to be worth the wait.
It's James Conner. You're going to have it at some point during the season.
Don't listen, James. Don't listen.
It's true, though.
I should have a Trey Benson Florida State helmet lined
You
up
really
right here.
should.
Get out of here, you son of a bitch. All right. Why do I still have a Michael Pratt tab pulled up here?
Of course you do.
And for the record, I went back to 1997 for that running back question.
Mm-hmm.
And
nope.
Up to this point, that's it. All right. So Patriots here.
Patriots took a tackle.
Already?
They're drafting Caden Wallace. Started 40 games at right tackle.
Okay.
We're getting close. Ooh, we're there. I hope you're right, JT.
Wait, who said? Oh, there we go. You saw Mark Daniels post?
No.
Oh, it says.
Oh yeah.
Caden
Sorry,
Wallace.
I saw Aaron Wilson right underneath him.
Don't gaslight me.
You're all right.
Don't ever.
I don't even know what gaslighting means, to be honest with you. So it's all good.
It's just what you do to me
Oh.
all the time.
Cool.
Okay.
You get gaslighted. That's awesome. Is that a good or a bad thing?
It's bad. It's very bad.
How's it bad? What is gaslighting?
Like making somebody feel crazy. And
Feel crazy
I mean,
instead of be crazy?
see,
Oh, so that's gaslighting.
I mean,
All right.
like, let me.
I thought it was factual. That's my bad. No, that was gaslighting as well, right? I'm just doing examples here. That's good.
Yeah, I think you gaslit me again. God, so much gas, so much gaslighting. What if the Chargers took Audric Estime? What if they did?
God.
What if Audric Estime
be
didn't go in
horrible.
the 6th round of the NFL draft?
It would be horrible. If that actually happened and Corum ended up being like a 5th round pick, I would probably
The
quit show.
Chargers are taking Junior Colson.
I know the name, but I can't think of what he actually plays.
Waterboy? No, I don't know. And that's from Connor Hughes. Linebacker, Michigan.
Okay.
Linebackers are weapons. Okay, so when do the Chargers...
Snarky.
What'd you say?
Snarky. That means the Giants can take Corum, though.
Okay, so... All right, let's think about this. Giants could be a running back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dallas is still here.
Dallas is.
And then you have, like, we have the Panthers. They just took Brooks. Then Dallas, Atlanta, Chicago, Denver, Vegas.
Why did you skip over the Falcons?
Did I not say Atlanta?
Oh, did you? Sorry. I was looking at the Falcons when you were doing it. I'm like, we can't skip over them for running back right now. You need to solidify things. I can actually see the Bears going running back. They don't need to.
You know,
but I
none
can
of these
see
teams
it.
are going to go running back. We're, you know.
No, Corum's going in the next 10 picks. If Corum doesn't, Lloyd will. That's my guess.
All right. So for running backs, running back watch. Dallas.
Giants.
Don't do that to me. But okay, Giants. The Giants took a cornerback.
Oh. Well, that sucks.
Okay. So Cardinals, Panthers, Cowboys, Raiders, Bengals. Hell, the Seahawks might draft one.
Oh, sure, we can't kill Singletary, but we could kill Kenneth Walker. I see how it is.
We would like the Rams to avoid. I mean,
Please.
Tyron and Audric back together. Get the band back together.
You know, if they're going to draft someone, I would like it to be Audric.
And Washington, it with a comp pick. The Rams have a comp pick there as well. Oh, man. Joe Douglas on Malachi Corley. We're juiced, man. He plays with violence and anger.
It's true. He does. I think he's going to be a really good pick.
Malachi. Man,
Cards
Troy,
back on the clock.
Troy Franklin plummeting.
Yeah. Is he even a second round pick for you?
He's
Can he be a top of the 3rd round pick for you?
could be.
Okay.
Could be. Do you guys both have a Donnie Mitchell? You're 112-ish now. I do not.
No.
No.
I have a Donnie Mitchell as my 206.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wide receivers above him.
Yeah.
The 2 running backs above him. 6 quarterbacks above him. Sorry, 5 quarterbacks above him. And Brock Bowers. So 6, 7, 8, 14. So we're probably sitting 203-ish.
Mm-hmm. SU, is that a tight end premium league? I'm guessing not if it's one quarterback 0.5 PPR.
I would also like to know how many teams and who your current quarterbacks are. Just for reference.
In one quarterback?
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
Wow. All right. Yeah, 105.
All right. So Harrison, Neighbors, Dunze. In 0.5 PPR, I'm fine with Brooks, I think.
Yep.
12 teams, start 9. I'd be fine with Brooks there. Like, again, like I was hung up on the JJ McCarthy, Drake May, Jared Goff situation last night. I am. Oh, listen to the way this was tweeted. Adam Schefter at pick number 69, Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh selected one of his former Michigan players. Like,
because Schefter's from Michigan too. Yeah.
But I was thinking, like for fantasy purposes, like everybody's gonna read that right away and be like, Corum.
Could have been Corum.
But anyway, so right, like today, it's that Bo Nix, Trey Benson, Jonathan Brooks, Xavier Worthy, and then Lad McConkey at this point. Like
Cardinals take Isaiah Adams, offensive tackle.
Kyle's, I thought he should have as well. I think that's a sign ball move if they're gonna accept a trade that, I know you should revoke your trades if you don't want it to get accepted, but also you don't want to burn a bridge with a league mate over a trade involving Michael Mayer.
Yeah, that one you just be like, all right, this is what it is.
Greg says this is exciting to see Chargers kicker Rolf Benersch.
I didn't know Dan entered the chat, but that's cool.
From the 1970s announce that LA Chargers picks. Well, good, Kyle. I'm happy about that.
Are you?
No, I am, because I don't think it should have been accepted in the first place. So the situation, for anybody that's not aware, Kyle's here had a trade sitting out there for, didn't revoke it, involving Michael Mayer. The Brock Bowers pick was made, and then somebody accepted the trade that was sitting out. I don't know the exact details, but then they reversed it. Like, come on, if there's a trade that is sitting there, and then something like that happens, come on.
So the one thing that I don't like about Sleeper, I'm usually pretty good at least looking to make sure I don't have trades out there. I had a trade sitting out there for 2 months in a league.
No.
Yeah, 2 months. Yeah, it just sat there the whole time. Thankfully, that manager, I don't even remember what it was at this point, but yeah, I revoked it a few weeks ago.
Okay. All right, so
Panthers take Kentucky linebacker Trevin Wallace. Sorry, what's up?
There have been a good amount of Kentucky players off the board here. Before we, do you know the answer to this for Kyle's?
I'm new to Sleeper. Can expire. Yes, you can you could send them that way. They call them exploding offers, and you could set the time for whatever you want. But just the default trade is it'll sit until it's declined.
I've kind of turned into a big 1 hour exploding offer guy.
That is shocking, to be honest.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, everybody has their phone on them. Don't let my freaking office sit. Anyway, Rem Dog. Mid 25 first plus 203 plus Danny Dimes for 106. 12 team Superflex tight end premium. Brock, May, JJ, McCarthy on the board. 2025 first is not looking like a playoff team. What's the tight end premium? How many starters?
2.75. No, about 2 firsts for the 106. That's how I'm looking at it.
So Dan and I are doing that guest spot on Sunday.
Yeah.
And one of the questions that is asked is the fantasy wildcard selection, the player who you think will rise the most in KTC value from now through 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Last year on this, I think I came in second out of all the entries because I picked Trey McBride. You know, I was very happy about that. So I'm going through the list and players that were selected already. Bryce Young, Rashee Rice, Tyjae Spears, Trey Palmer, Anthony Richardson, George Pickens, Jalen Warren, Jaden Reed, Jake Ferguson. So you got to be selective. Like
I was going to go on the show. Remember, I had to miss it. Do you wonder who mine was?
Who?
Will Levis.
Oh, you're in that group chat. I get it. Okay.
Well, no, when I was on it, remember I was going to go on the show.
Oh,
okay. I had to cancel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mine was going to be Will Levis.
I'm going for glory. I said my guy's going to be Daniel Jones.
Ooh. All right.
Because there were like 30 entries last year.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's no prize, but pride. And
Right,
I'm like, I don't want to finish middle of the pack. So what quarterback, what player that's super low in KTC value could jump up?
So does that mean you're taking Danny Dimes here?
I don't know. I'm very torn. 10 starters, 2.0 tight end premium. Is there any possibility that 25 first could be top 3 or top 4? Like, if it misses the playoffs, do you think it's going to be 105, 106? Oh, gosh.
Mid isn't close enough. We need to know the approximation in 1 year if it's going to be the 105 or the 106.
Hey, if Corey were watching, he knows where all of his picks are going to be in
5
5 years. All right, I got a late 2032 first here. Okay.
I'm waiting for you to answer. No, I'm letting you answer this one first.
Fuck.
I have my answer just so everybody knows.
Give me the package.
Nope. Give me the pick.
Like I'm torn.
It's close. Yeah.
No, like Brock May. First. I'm still thinking about this trade.
That's good. I'm trying to figure out what pick we're even on at this point. I don't even know.
Do we know that the Panthers took a linebacker? Was that talked about?
I think so. I'm trying to figure out what the last pick was that we were even talking about.
All right. So here's my question with this trade. Do we, if we would trade the 106 for that package, do we think we could then do 203 plus something to get up to 110, 111 and maybe get Bo Nix? If this trade Mitch, if it were Bo
Yes, sir.
Nix in a mid 25 first, would you switch?
No, I'd want the 106.
Rem says you guys spent way longer on this than I thought you would. But we have some downtime here, so I really want to reflect and evaluate
Yes,
this.
it's good. Cardinals 2 minutes ago took a guard. I don't know where that means we are.
You know what? If I were sitting there and I had the 106, I would not move it for that package.
So are we on the Panthers pick now? 8th of the 3rd round.
Panthers pick. No. Panthers took. Cowboys took an offensive lineman
I
too.
just saw that. Cooper Beebe.
Any
Well,
relation to Don Beebe?
Corum,
But
it's
the
been fun.
Cowboys have a pick later on in this round too.
Yeah, whatever.
We could still hit 8 running backs.
We're at 2, right? That's good. We're on our way. So we're at the
All right,
Falcons,
so I got,
Bears, Broncos.
Haller saying he's got one of those exploding offers from me. But I'm pretty sure like you responded right away like a human being should. Okay. JT, let's get Troy Franklin here in the Berg. Go down south side, hit up for minis. JB likes a nice package. Call me the UPS man. 203 plus Daniel Jones for 110 should be doable. I still think Daniel Jones is possibly the biggest winner.
Quiet, the Broncos are about to pick.
Oh, that's Greg's comment. You know what? Land Troy Franklin. Send Cortland over here to Pittsburgh, Greg. Send him on over.
What if Bo Nix gets Troy Franklin? Just say it wouldn't be a bad thing.
No. I think it'd be good. It'd be fine. Zeke's about to be a league winner. Did they sign him yet?
No, they did not. They probably won't sign him until, I would say, September 2nd. He'll be showing up to training camp.
The Falcons took a defensive end.
How are you ahead of me? Braylon Trice. At least it's going fast now. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just that end of day 2 lull.
It is. Yep. Every time it happens. This is why I end up not watching day 3 because I get bored by the end of the 3rd round.
I forgot it started at noon tomorrow.
It does.
My
it's
time.
early.
10 a.m. for you.
Yep. We're going to go see Ghostbusters tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So that should be good.
I've never seen a full Ghostbusters movie.
Oh, really? The new ones are pretty good. They're not bad.
And not for any reason. Like I just never have.
Well, yeah, it's not reality TV. I get it.
Okay, I watch things that aren't reality TV, like Seinfeld.
Like murders that happened in that one building over there.
That's it. That's a good show. I'm honestly surprised you and your wife don't watch that.
Yeah, we've got like 6 episodes in and kind of stopped.
I'm very surprised. Very surprised. All right, so Benson was 66. Arizona. So tonight we have had what? 8 fantasy players.
Yeah. When yesterday we had 8 in the first 9 picks.
Yeah.
Started off hot. I thought it was going to keep going. I'm really shocked Troy Franklin's fallen this far, to be honest.
JT, we are not going live tomorrow. I do
No.
appreciate the offer.
We might not make it to the next hour, to be honest.
No.
with you.
As I was saying that, so we have a soccer game. I am then going to do some yard work, and then
Might milk a cow or two.
no, yeah, here in Hicksville, Pennsylvania, and then for her birthday, I got my wife a prenatal massage.
Ooh,
90 minutes.
good for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lower back pain. You know how it is.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So I'm on dad duty.
JB is trimming the package tomorrow.
With the lawnmower 12.0. Rev up.
Okay, nothing. Steelers were interested in trading for Deebo Samuel, but the price was too high.
This Steelers Depot, get them off of this. Like, I don't care about you. Okay.
You're not a very big Steelers fan, John, just so you know.
I am the biggest Steeler fan out there.
You're the biggest one I know.
I bleed black and gold. Okay.
Holy moly. 49ers. Oh, are 49ers on the clock?
What are you seeing, Grant Cohn?
Yeah.
No, that was
What?
their second round pick. I guess
Oh,
you read an
my
article.
Lord. I was like, that doesn't even make sense.
Mhm. Maybe we get an overnight trade involving T. Higgins or
Falcons draft defensive end Braylon Trice.
yeah, we knew that.
That just came out 14 seconds ago. Oh, what?
No, that I swear I saw that already. Did I not? Am I losing my mind? Yeah, 2 minutes ago, the Bears are on the clock.
Somehow the ESPN little ticker on their on the website is actually keeping up to date now. Like the second I see it on Twitter, I'm seeing it on here. So they must be
Ooh.
done with it too.
Yeah, they're like, whatever.
Yeah, we're fine. Let's just keep it going.
All right. I'm really surprised only 8.
Bears select Yale offensive tackle. Oh, I got this. Kieran Megadil. Yeah, I think I did well though.
A Megdije? A Meg?
Oh, you're right. It's a J. I thought that was an L at the end.
A Megaji?
That's an exclamation point, not an L.
A Megjadil?
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's that.
Right. God, there's still so many picks.
There are. Greg, pause this if you don't want to know who it is, because the second we hear it, we're saying it.
Yeah, Greg, we don't want to ruin it for you, but I'm going to.
Well, it's been fun, guys.
So we have, looking at my top score guys in the rookie sheets that have not been drafted yet.
Mm-hmm.
Troy Franklin. A megadeth.
That's close enough. Come on now.
Anyway,
Denver
Troy.
Broncos selected edge Jay Ellis.
Urze Edgerin. That was a callback to.
Yeah. It just says Jay, so yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, so my highest rated players here would be Troy Franklin.
Overplay quorum?
No, I just have wide receivers right
Oh,
now.
okay. Okay.
I think. I mean, I like Cowing a lot, but he's going middle day 3. Devontae Walker, he is sunk like a rock. I thought maybe Javon Baker or Brendan Rice could have seen very late day 2. Malik
Roman
Washington.
Wilson, I'm pretty shocked is,
Yeah.
still there.
Roman Wilson, Malik Washington could have been very late. Day 2, Jalen McMillan still on the board. So Jatavion Sanders, like we're gonna be pushing around 4 here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I talked about the concern that he was gonna fall in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
And then looking at running backs, I think we're just gonna get slammed with day 3 backs here. But Blake Corum, Braylon Allen, Marshawn Lloyd, Jalen Wright.
Did you give up hope on Estime at this point? Because he did mention him, so I'm just wondering.
Day 2 here. No, I didn't. I didn't. I don't think he goes in the remainder of this. I would be like if he goes if he gets drafted here in the 3rd round, I'm gonna run around and do a backflip. Every time you mention Franklin, I can't help but think of Clifford Franklin from the Replacements. When I started reading that, I thought you were going to say Franklin the Turtle.
I thought it was going to be Clifford the Big Red Dog, to be honest with you.
What would that have to do with Franklin?
I don't know. I saw Clifford, so that's where my head went. Look, we've been, in the last 2 days, we've been doing this for a good solid 10 hours at this point, so you'll have to forgive me.
Yeah.
Speaking of it, we have a second. I'll be right back.
All right. Are there any questions? Anything that anybody? I see Corm to the Bengals from Remdog there. That'd be nice. We'll see here if Zamir White can hang on. Or do they already pick? Did the Raiders pick? They went offensive tackle. So I would say Zamir White is looking like a nice little winner here. We have a trade. The Texans are on the clock after a trade with the Eagles. I took the trade against your advice. I took the package. That's the. I mean, I'm hedging now, but that's obviously what I was initially leaning. But I'm like, you could potentially be moving off of an elite asset just for depth, and obviously very risky pieces. But there's no sure thing in any prospect, even if we think they're going to be elite. Stranded convinced me that the 25 first would be earlier. Okay. I can live with that. Oh, man. When do the Raiders pick tomorrow? The Raiders, they have pick 112. So I would say if Zamir White can avoid that pick, there being a running back, he would be, like I said, a big winner, and I would be wrong on my thought there. Not too happy about that. Who has not been drafted that surprises you guys? I don't care about like real NFL for fantasy purposes. Rem, I said Raiders that took an offensive lineman. Come on, you're too worried about your trade over there. That humming sounded like the saddest rendition. Bump, bump, bump. So good, so good. Just making sure everyone's paying attention. I appreciate that. So during the pre-show, we talked about running backs that could have potentially been blown up here. And I mean, we really haven't seen that. Chuba Hubbard, I still think he has utility there at the beginning of the season. And James Conner, that's the one, but who knows? Contract was up after this year anyway. Corum, Estimate, Troy Franklin, Sanders, Roman Wilson. See, Roman Wilson was surprising just because, again, I have him lower in the rookie sheets, but you were hearing things that you would think from people in the know, like, okay, Roman Wilson, he's garnering some attention, potentially goes on day 2. The Troy Franklin one, nobody was giving those two running backs any value past 2024 anyway. Yeah. So like I said, we really haven't seen any spots really get nuked the way that we would hope we avoid. Oh, man.
So I'm guessing I didn't miss anything.
Not a damn thing.
And the Colts are trading up. Is that what I saw?
Uh-huh.
No, the Texans are trading up. Sorry.
Texans traded up and the Colts trade up.
Oh, okay.
Dallas could still take running backs. I don't think that nukes anything there, though, unless you're a big Rico Dowdle guy.
Right.
Cleveland. I think that's an interesting one because you have Jerome Ford. Didn't they bring somebody else in too? And you have Nick Chubb, obviously.
Give me 1 second. I have a sheet for that because I knew we wouldn't be able to remember everybody. They have Nick Chubb, Jerome Ford, Naheem
Hines, okay.
And Foreman.
It was Deontay Foreman's the name I was thinking. Okay. All right. Nick, completely agree on the Jalen Hyatt. I think that might have been before you jumped on today. I was saying, Franklin, he reminds me of like a Jalen Hyatt, or even Josh Downs slipped a little bit further than I thought was going to happen. But the Jalen Hyatt thing, I mean, even Jalen Hyatt went in the 3rd. Oh, man, I think Franklin's still in the green room. Is that a Franklin the Turtle reference? The green room? I know it's the green room, but I'm just saying.
Oh, that sucks that he's still in the green room. I would have left. I would have been like, peace, I'm good.
I wasn't sure if that was a serious comment. Yeah, I would have stormed out of there. I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
going to Chipotle. Colts and Texans either leapfrogging Bengals or Seahawks. So what did they think was going to happen? Colts and Texans. Oh, Greg was just kidding. Greg, he's so zany, isn't he?
We'll
He
believe
is-
anything at this point. You give us news, we will talk about it.
McMillan to Cincy at 80 feels like a solid Boyd replacement. Could happen. Could happen.
Wide receiver 2 in Pitt is Calvin Austin right now, right?
Yeah. Houston took a defensive back. Hooray.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, is it Calvin? I think it's Calvin Austin.
No, you're so far off. It's Van Jefferson.
Oh, I forgot they brought in that stud. That young
And
buck.
Quez Watkins
Oh.
and Denzel Mims. I mean, and Marquise Callaway.
Shit, you're right.
They don't need wide receivers. They're fine.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
Who was it? It was Van Jefferson against, what was our old YouTube video that we did?
Oh my God.
Was it Antonio Gibson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theory throwdown
That's
between
right.
Mitch and Dan.
Yeah.
Van
I won the
Jefferson
Sam
versus
Darnold one. That's all I got.
Antonio Gibson. Sam Darnold versus Drew Lock.
Yeah.
Like,
I
what?
win.
Just such terrible guys to try to produce content. I mean, Pickens and Pat Fryermuth, I think, big winners right now.
Did you announce the Colts pick too?
No, who's that?
Offensive tackle.
Okay. I assumed it was going to be nobody the way you said it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we have exactly 20 more picks. So if they all take up 5 minutes, it's only going to be another 2 hours.
Javonte, an underrated winner thus far for me. I didn't have the expectation that Denver was going to do anything with a running back.
Nope.
And I think they like what they have in Jaleel. So I think he has enough competition in-house as is.
They still have P. Ryan too, right? Didn't they sign him to a multi-year deal?
P. Ryan's everywhere.
Okay. I'm going to look and see if he's still there.
Jermaine Burton would be the perfect Steeler wide receiver.
P. Ryan is still there, listed ahead of Jaleel McLaughlin, just so you know.
Ooh.
And ahead of Tyler Batty. Bet you didn't.
Oh,
know
wait.
that.
The Bengals picked Burton. I thought we were just saying names over there, Cole, like Jermaine Burton. Okay. Give context. So Jermaine Burton to the Bengals.
We talked about him on that guest spot. He's like, the sky's the ceiling with him, but him not showing up the first day to training camp because the coach makes him mad is also in the wheelhouse for him.
Yeah.
Remember how I said he went at the 412 in that draft? I'm like, there's a chance you don't even get him in the third round.
Yeah, and we have him in a few Devy leagues.
Mm-hmm.
Have him stashed away. I liked him a lot whenever he was going to Alabama. I thought he had enough from a collegiate production standpoint on like efficiency perspective. So we're looking at Jermaine Burton, Cincy,
Having a
80.
hard time filling out the back end of the second round, man.
Let's see. Burton, third round, pick 80. I had him in there around pick 100. So pick 80. Let's see. Burton, Ernie. And then let's speculate. Did they just take him because T. Higgins is on the move?
Could be. I mean, they're at the point to where Higgins can go, Boyd can go, so it's solid.
Boyd is a free agent.
I thought they brought him back. Oh,
Nope.
my bad.
Because there were
Okay.
talks about Pittsburgh.
Well, there we go.
Clareton Kidd, not far from
I-
downtown.
I stand corrected.
Cole, all about your Yoshivas. All right, Jermaine Burton, the talent's there. Can he be cool, calm, and collected?
No.
Let's see. Where is Jermaine Burton? He's right there.
You hope him going to a place that has someone like Burrow, like Chase. They could be like, look, calm down, man. You're wide receiver 3. That's how it is. You hope that works, but at the same time, he probably heard that a little bit when he went to Alabama. And it probably didn't work out very well.
Yeah. I honestly, like there is tremendous upside and potential there in Jermaine Burton.
Huge, without a doubt.
Is he going to be able to overcome?
Mm-hmm.
What was it? 6 schools in 8 years, like going back to high school,
yeah.
And then I was trying to find maybe his family was military and they had to move for some reason, but
no, he didn't like his coaches, so he left.
TJ Hushmanzada has been training Burton apparently.
Really? Well, that's cool.
Okay. There you go. Burton is on the big dogs sleeper list. There you go. All right, so I think it's safe for me to drop Roman Wilson out of that spot. Him and Devontae Walker can hang out together.
Cardinals took tight end. Okay, I've literally never heard of this guy before. Okay, I'm actually not going to say it because I think this is a troll account. And it happened 11 seconds ago.
Tip Raymond?
Yeah. Is that a person?
It is a person.
Okay.
From Illinois. Let's see. Well, how did that account get on this list?
Oh, he's had a couple right so far, but he's also had a few wrong in the first round. So
Jordan Schultz.
Okay. Well, there we go.
Wow.
What?
Just, I don't even know. I know the name.
Yeah.
I don't think I have him on my sheet.
Oh. Ooh, failure.
All right, I gotta add him in tomorrow morning. The tipster. Oh, let's see.
Of course, JT knew 6'7", 270.
In his collegiate career, he had 420 yards.
It's good. He played college football, so this counts.
Let's see. I believe he was a RAS Starling. He was a 9.92 out of 10. So you have a team looking at the traits. JT, it's not the first time I've heard that. Did you see the comment?
Blocking machine?
JB.
Oh.
Not going deep enough.
Good for you, John. It was open and you took it, and I appreciate it.
Obi!
It was there. Teed up.
Yeah, I will get him in the sheets tomorrow morning, but I would not.
Okay, so there was a Jermaine tight end that used to play for the Bengals.
Jermaine Gresham.
That's right. Yeah.
And I mentioned his name earlier tonight.
Oh, did you?
He was in that top bucket, and he was a hit.
Okay.
He was a hit.
Man, these are flying by. We need to dodge this next pick. No Blake Corum.
Who is it?
Rams.
Tip Raymond. Okay, so Jermaine Burton for me. Where do you have him? Where do you have him at this point?
Right now, he's at my 212.
Okay. Where do you have him compared to wide receivers? Go down your wide receiver list for us.
Well, I don't really have that done. I just kind of slotted him in at this point.
Just what you have right now. The asterisk is already included.
Jalen, Polk, Coleman, Mitchell, Corley, Pearsall, Leggett, Burton. But I think I'd actually put Burton over Leggett.
So right now I have Corley, Coleman, Burton, Leggett tiered together.
Yeah.
And like I know Coleman went 33rd overall. Rams selected Blake Corum. Holy moly!
Well, my Kyron Williams shares aren't doing all that great, are they?
Another one bites the dust. Boom, boom, boom. Holy shit.
I feel bad for Blake, man. That sucks. But that means I could kind of start working on this a little bit more then. So we'll go with that.
Here's the thing, though.
Uh-huh.
Like, I was not in love with Blake Corum the way you were.
Okay.
So
He's still running back 3 off the board, just saying.
You could have been running back 3 off the board.
Probably couldn't have.
Kyron or Travis Etienne?
Kyron. You can't ask me these things 1 minute afterwards. I'm stubborn, and I'm going to say Kyron.
Wait, I'm going to wait. Kyle's, how long do you think? What's the over-under on Corey to jump in the chat and say, any cheap deals on Kyron? Any cheap deals on Kyron? What's the over-under?
Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this.
Wow.
Okay.
So we all thought Corum was going to go to Los Angeles. Just the wrong one. I think I'm okay with Kyron where he is still. But I also had him tiered like at that 108-ish range. Like I didn't have that tier of running back super high.
You had him at 108.
Like in the same tier as the 2024 108?
Blake Corum?
No, Kyron.
I thought you were talking about Blake Corum. I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure you said Blake Corum. I'm pretty confident in that.
Run the tape. Run the tape. You know I'm going to pull this up after.
Oh, you will. You will.
But
so no, so my pre-draft hyped Blake Corum rankings, right? What's that?
What?
Oh, you were laughing.
Oh, I was laughing at your pre-draft Blake Corum.
Okay. I had him at 204. I now have him at 208.
Oh,
So it's not
you
even.
didn't have him that high. Okay.
I never see. Here's the thing, John. You expect that I know all of your tiers. You won't even put enough time to look at my pre-draft rankings. I don't even think you gave it a like, to be honest with you. Just putting that out there.
I'm never on. Listen, I'll go on. I'll throw you a like.
It's a
I'm
pity like at
sorry.
this point, to be
I'm
honest.
sorry. Uh-oh. Perjo Cena Anderson. What are we getting here? I always know Cole's going to drop a nugget. Cowboys still working to try to get a deal done with Zeke. Patriots' initial intention is to do all they can to give Drake May time to develop. And I'm sure we're going to get offers for us to all acquire Jacoby Brissett. Like
Dude, that pisses me off so bad when I get those.
Blake Corum. Rams taking a third round running back. Like, yeah, like Tip has 400 receiving yards in his collegiate career. So if that's a receiving tight end.
Oh, Roman Wilson to the Steelers.
Really?
Yep. That's what this K1 since day one says. And he's been right before. I'm going to say he's right now.
Yeah, I'll trust it. I'll trust it.
Mitch, I thought you said 14 picks to go, few picks back. There are extra picks tonight. Oh, I don't know.
I thought you said 20 at one point.
I thought
Maybe.
I said 20. Look, I mean, my words get twisted around all the time. Corum was always my running back 3. Yeah. I really can't believe he went to the Rams.
That's wild.
It is. It is. I mean, it's good, right? Kyron shouldn't be getting 30 carries a game, but at the same time, Blake Corum's really good. So that's not great.
I mean, Roman Wilson. Okay.
It is Roman Wilson. Yep.
At 84. Let's see.
That's fun.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm going to put him in right there. I like that.
It's real nice. Like. I make myself laugh.
That's good, as long as you make yourself laugh.
All right, Roman Wilson kind of ties into what we talked about earlier, but I had him at pick 60, pick 84. There's no change from a draft score perspective there for me. So actually, he will be sliding back up to where I had him before I just dropped him down about 20 minutes ago.
He's like the perfect slot guy for him too. I think it's a really good pick.
Okay. My mouse. This mouse has been such a pain in the ass. Might be time for a new one. So Roman Wilson. Okay, so here are my tiers so far for Greg. Not tonight. Not tonight.
Absolutely not.
The recap show. I'll be up early tomorrow morning and I'll get some stuff.
Yeah, you should do a show tomorrow.
In text form.
Oh, all right.
So here, Marvin Harrison, tier 1. Malik Neighbors, tier 2. Roma Dunze, tier 3. And I say tier 3, like just how I'm splitting up my wide receivers. Brian Thomas, 4. Worthy, 5. McConkey, 6. Like I'm still really thinking about Worthy and McConkey. Like, should they be in different tiers?
Should McConkey be that much different than Brian Thomas Jr.?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I
know.
Maybe they should be closer.
That's what I'm saying too.
And then I have Adonai Mitchell, Jalen Polk, Troy Franklin's going to have to come down. Ricky Pearsall. I just don't know how a team's going to support Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. I just don't know how
It's okay. Pearsall's a young wide receiver, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I like him, but I just don't know how he produces out of the gate. And I think he's going to drop in value because of that. 49ers are on the clock. They trade with the Eagles. The Browns took an offensive lineman.
Maybe the 49ers need a wide receiver.
Okay, so I'm gonna break these up tomorrow because right now I have Corley, Keon, Burton, Roman, Leggett together. I don't like that, to be honest with you.
PFF just had a tweet out. Roman Wilson just one dropped pass in 2023 on 67 targets. It's good, but it
so
could be better.
All right, let's see. Well, I'm just checking some of the comments. Remdog says, are any college tight ends putting up numbers besides the elite ones? That is 400 yards in his entire career. You don't need to be elite to beat that. This is still talking about Tip Raymond. I wouldn't be looking, at least as things stand now.
I'd even write him down on my sheet.
I'll give a more definitive answer tomorrow when that's just my journey, guys. That's just my journey. McConkey equals Worthy. That's from Remdog. Nick says Worthy over Lad. Here's a question. Start 2 wide receiver, no flex league. I'm tentatively lumping Thomas, McConkey, Worthy, and Coleman as mid-seconds, and Pearsall, Leggett, Mitchell, Polk as mid-thirds, assuming running backs will slot between. That's a 10-teamer. How many starting spots are in this?
There can't be. That's the thing is, yeah, but none of these guys are going to be starting for you for a long time, probably. I mean,
a 10-team league where you only can start 2 wide receivers.
Which I would assume be 2 running backs, probably 1 quarterback. So that's 5, 6. They're like 6 starting spots. 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 2 quarterback.
2 quarterbacks, 2 wide
7
receivers, 2
starters.
running backs, a tight end, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah, well, no, because it's still 10. So it's still a 10-team league. So
it's a 10-team league with 7 starters.
But it's still 10. There's still 10 draft picks in the first round, is what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
So I think McConkey, Worthy, and Thomas are going to be early seconds more so than mid seconds. Maybe, yeah, it's probably close. It's fine. It is what it is.
Let me think about this for a minute. Let me digest this, if you will.
You take your time. I'm a refresh.
So start 2 quarterbacks, but it's a 10-team league. But that's okay because it's start 2 quarterbacks, not super flex.
49ers took a tackle.
Okay. So we have 5 quarterbacks off the board in this draft that Drazel is talking about. So 5 quarterbacks off the board. Like Yeah, that's fine. I mean, ultimately, I don't think it matters. Like 70 total starters. See if you can get a vote passed to expand that a little bit. So that's my thought there. But I still think Thomas would go earlier than mid second. That's my only real thought there. And then as a result, because Mitch has Worthy over Thomas, Worthy as well. But, who is Rat?
What?
I really thought Rat would go around. Rattler.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. No, you're good. You're good.
Brain fart. Franklin. If Troy Franklin goes to Dallas, then color me intrigued. Or if Audric Estime goes to Dallas, let me have my moment, Mitch.
Can't be Blake Corum anymore. It might as well be Audric Estime at this point.
Jeff says any possibility we see any type of discount on Trey McBride.
Nope.
I don't think so.
Nope. Because the problem is the people that have Trey McBride aren't going to discount him. I mean, the people without Trey McBride are like, yeah, well, yeah, you should. You could get him for less. And the people with Trey McBride are like, no, he's not moving.
Well, yeah, they just brought in Tip. He's an athletic monster. He has 400 yards. If Franklin goes to Dallas, I do not want to hear the phrase "the new Gallup."
Cowboys drafted former Notre Dame linebacker Maurice Luefau.
I mean, the way you were saying it, I knew like my hopes weren't up. All right.
Win now, linebackers.
So we have Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa Bay.
Ravens. We don't have a good running back landing spot until we get down to the Commanders. With the last pick of the
Baltimore,
draft.
Eagles, Bills.
Unless someone trades up, of course.
The Bengals possibly, but
Bengals would be all right. You're right with that. Yeah.
I think Bengals are Commanders, but doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. Ferguson, a big winner. Yeah. Jatavion Sanders, man. Unless Sanders, unless he would go to the Rams, maybe here. What's going to happen is, I think Sanders, maybe he goes early day 3 and he gets an interesting landing spot. And I think people are going to propel him up a little bit and kind of ignore the fact that he slipped 2 full rounds compared to where people thought he was going to be taken.
Yeah, I completely agree, man.
Bucks need another running back. Leave Rashad alone. He has done nothing. He is a saint.
He's a Buccaneer. Thank you. Thank you. I did one.
How low of a tight end are you comfy spamming a 1-for-1 sale of Mayer? Juwan, Otten, lower.
Way lower. You're not
Lower.
getting close to that. In most leagues. There's
and-
always
and-
leagues to work it happen.
Anybody in that tier, except for Darren Waller now. Hell, even a retired Darren Waller who is going to be going through a divorce and is 31 years old, I might take him over Michael Mayer. But I will take straight up if I can get Chiggy, Likely, Kraft, Fant, Jonnu, Hunter Henry, Juwan Johnson. Give me the 1-for-1 swap. And then lower than that, I think I would keep Mayer just because of the age and the profile, despite being absolutely destroyed here by the Brockinator. Oh, Mayer equals Tremble. It's heartbreaking.
Yep.
It's
True.
heartbreaking. Packers take Marshawn Lloyd.
Wow. That sucks. I really like Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah.
That sucks 'cause I like him, but yeah, that
Let's
sucks.
see. So he went pick. Oh, Marshawn, my sweet Marshawn. Pick 88.
Well, I feel pretty confident right now that my second round
Is trash.
is done. Like my 1 through 24, they're not in perfect order, right? But those are the guys that are going to be there.
Marshawn Lloyd. Wow. Okay. See, it's interesting because he's nice size, 220 pounds,
Yes.
a little on the shorter side, a little over 5'9", but like a running back, he's compact, 23 years old. He doesn't necessarily have a heavy collegiate workload.
Nope.
33% max rush attempt market share, but extremely efficient. So rush yards per team, rush attempt a little bit lower as well than you would like to see. Gives enough in the receiving game, like right around that 5% receiving college dominator, 4.46 speed. Like he's okay in a lot of things. I think that's a nice 1-2 punch. Like from a football perspective.
Oh no, I think it's a very smart pick.
Does Dylan get cut? I think it was.
He got a 1-year deal, right?
Yeah, but there was something weird about it.
Yeah.
Like I think they could pretty much just cut him. I saw Peter Schrager's comment, Cole. Tip Raymond's his favorite dude in the draft. Okay. This Tip Raymond is really upsetting me for some reason.
Yeah. It's just because you didn't have him in your sheets. If you had him in the sheets,
Honestly,
I'd be okay with it.
I'm a little irritated with myself because like I know the name, I know the player. I'm a little upset that I stopped short. As Frank Costanza says, I stopped short. So let's see. Marshawn Lloyd. You hate to see that.
You do, without a doubt.
Yeah, I can't take him.
Oh, putting him in the tiers would be rough.
Who, Lloyd?
Yeah. Like, where do you really put him? Oh, down below that.
You think?
Yeah, he's a Kendre Miller. I mean, if Kendre Miller gets to be in that spot, Marshawn Lloyd could be right next to Kendre Miller, I think. Hey, do you know who lives?
Devin Singletary.
Zamir White.
When you were out and
with
about,
it. Yeah.
talked about Zamir. Oh gosh. I mean, Bucky, Audric, Braylon, see ya.
Yeah.
No, the running backs are going to be adjusted. Give me time on that.
Yeah, Braylon was, yeah. Oh, I'm excited to do rookie drafts now.
All right, but now I'm thinking about it, like where I have Josh Jacobs, like should he be ahead of James Cook and Isaiah Pacheco?
Sorry, repeat it.
Should Josh Jacobs be valued over James Cook and Isaiah Pacheco?
Yeah. Josh Jacobs has running back one upside this year, like the running back one. So for me, yeah. Bucks took a safety. That's what I was reading when you were talking earlier. All right. You want to hear my picks?
Hold
Because I
on.
really don't think they're changing at this point.
One sec.
Wow. Wow, John. I see how this is.
So would you would have a gap between Blake Corum and Marshawn Lloyd?
Oh, yeah. I have a 5-pick gap. I would tell you if you would have let me just tell you what my picks were, but that's fine.
I mean, okay, a 5-pick gap.
Yeah.
What does that really mean, though?
What that means I'm taking Blake Corum 5 picks in rookie drafts before I take Marshawn Lloyd. That's literally what I mean by it.
Okay, but what does it mean?
I'm gonna tell you. It's my turn now.
All right, let's go.
Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna start. 101, Caleb Williams. 102, Marvin Harrison Jr. 103, Drake May. There's been a change. 104, Jaden Daniels. 105, Malik Neighbors. 106, JJ McCarthy. 107, Brock Bowers. 108, Roma Dunze. 109, Bo Nix. 110, Xavier Worthy. 111, Brian Thomas Jr. 112, Lad McConkey. Not bad,
Okay.
right? Decent. Okay. Second round, 201, Jonathan Brooks. 202, Trey Benson. I could flip-flop on those two. 203 is Jalen Polk. 204 is Keon Coleman.
204?
I thought you were going to throw something. Yeah. 204 is Keon Coleman. 205 is A.D. Mitchell. 206 is Malachi Corley. 207 is Penix. 208 is Blake Corum. 209 is Ricky Pearsall. 210, Jermaine Burton. 211, Xavier Leggett. 212 is Roman Wilson.
Okay.
So the one that stands out to you there is Keon Coleman, right?
I think so, yes.
How far would you drop him, though? So A.D. Mitchell's over him for you, I would guess. I'm not looking at your tiers now, so I'm just guessing.
Like Mitchell, Polk, McConkey, and above are over. Keon, without a doubt, for me.
So you would drop him 2 spots.
Is that where I am now? Hold on.
Yeah, I think so. That's the thing is like, we're going to hear Keon Coleman. It's going to be like, oh, I don't like him. But are you going to be willing to take Pearsall over him? Leggett over him? Burton over him? Penix over him?
Hold on.
I'm asking rhetorical questions here more than anything.
I could see a case for 206.
See, and I'm just there at 205. I'm just not a huge A.D. Mitchell fan. I think that's as much as you aren't a Keon Coleman fan. I'm the same with A.D. Mitchell.
I mean, I'm not necessarily pro Adonai Mitchell.
There's more pro Mitchell than you are Coleman.
I'm just very anti-Coleman.
But see, I say you hate players, but then like you get mad at me when I do, so I didn't want to say that again.
All right. So, all right, I'm going to go back to Josh Jacobs here very quickly.
Where you have him's fine, man.
So no issue with where Jacobs is, with
No.
where Kyron is.
Kyron's going to need to drop because I think value-wise he's probably going to drop. I would put Kyron right next to Josh Jacobs. I paid really highly for Kyron not long ago, but I don't remember what it was.
With me, it was Chubbin and 25 first, which I still don't think is.
I thought I gave up like a mid first for him. I don't remember at this point though.
But I mean, here's the thing too. Like, we had this conversation. I say we, the dynasty community, with Travis Etienne when Tank Bigsby was drafted.
Yeah. Like, I don't think it kills Kyron. It does hurt his upside.
But
at the same point, 10 picks later, Marshawn Lloyd gets picked. I'm like, no, Josh Jacobs can still be the running back 1 overall. You know, it's just funny how we could do that just based on our opinions
Yeah.
on certain players.
I'm gonna leave both where they are as of
I
now.
will. Yeah, it's fine.
But you know me, like I sit here and lose sleep over like one spot. I'm like, oh no. Okay, so like, are you okay with having Blake Corum and Marshawn, or Blake Corum
Uh-huh.
with James Conner, Aaron Jones, Nick Chubb types?
Yeah, I think so. No. Yeah, the problem with Nick Chubb is I think Nick Chubb can come back and still be good. So he's always hard for him. But yeah, definitely with James Conner. I could see it with Aaron Jones as well. Brian Robinson for sure. And I do see the only greenback you have in your tiers. There is
I mean,
one.
just because
It's so impressive. There is one green running back.
he was
Literally
so low.
one.
He was so low.
It's so funny.
I mean, like Devin Singletary valued at running back 45 and 43. And I think that he should have been a mid 30-ish.
That's great.
But yeah, he's the only green. Now, like these numbers, they're going to be adjusted. Like I just pulled
Yeah.
Braylon Allen, Audric Estime, Bucky Irving, Marshall. Like that tier got fucking wiped.
Oh. Am I allowed to swear, John?
Yeah.
Colts GM Chris Ballard just went on a pretty heated rant about the criticism of AD Mitchell's character and disposition, calling them fucking bullshit. So that's impressive.
Wait, you just asked me if you could swear. I literally just said fuck.
Yeah, but I
30
don't
seconds
swear on the
ago.
show a lot.
I know. I don't
I
do
try
it on
to
the
keep it clean.
I don't do it on the weekly show.
I know.
Dad.
McMillan to the Bucks. Is that true, Jeff?
Yes.
I don't know with him.
Jalen McMillan.
Okay.
To the Buccaneers at 92. Let me go to the rookie sheet. 92. I had him at pick 95 on my projection. Pretty good. Pretty good if I say so myself, guys.
There's so many different ways to spell Jalen that I want to make sure I get it right.
It's like Devonta. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm good there.
All right, so Jalen, I think like there's so many guys here from.
Does he see a lot of playing time this year?
I think he takes over that number 3 spot pretty easily over Trey Palmer.
Really?
Yeah. I think Trey was okay. Yeah. Here, I don't think it's fairly easily, but I think he takes over the 3 spot.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely going to be top 4 without a doubt. I mean, after him, they have Ryan Miller, Raheem Jarrett, and Devin Tompkins.
Devin Tompkins, return guy, I believe. Where did you project Troy Franklin? Nick, why are you doing me dirty like that, dude? Troy Franklin, I still have pick 45. I had him, enough. 45.
I had him 205 in my tiers.
Where did you have who?
Troy Franklin, 205.
LOL. But it hurts, Nick. Coming from you,
You were all wrong. You were awesome. You all suck.
Yeah, I didn't think he would still be available. Then
so we have 1, 2,
Walker, Rice, Baker.
8 more picks, John. We can do it.
Roman Wilson, he's off the board. Turn him to white. All right, so The tier I really want to look at.
Oh, good. I swore my kid just jumped in. That's great. That's great.
Hi, Dad. Swear jar. So the tier I really want to look at in the morning at wide receiver, it's like 6 of them. Corley, Keon, Burton, Roman Wilson, Xavier Leggett, Jalen McMillan. I want to look at them. Like I would take all of them over the vets that I have below there. Yeah, I gotta look at it, and I'm gonna have to split a few of these up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care.
Like, because it's up to him,
Yeah,
it
it's
matters if he
fine.
cares or not.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. I mean, yeah, if the Bills took Troy Franklin, wow, we're back, baby. I just like, what happened there?
I don't remember who it was, but there was someone on Twitter who absolutely loved Troy Franklin. Like, you couldn't speak bad about him without him going in your comments. I don't remember who it was, but I just remember there was someone that was really high on him. Eagles take Jalix Hunt. Did you look and see? Did you see that? How do you think you spell Jalix?
Wow, I just saw it.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Okay,
That's a Utah name if I've ever seen one.
Jalix. I see you, Brian. I will give you access right now.
At 93, the Ravens select edge rusher from Penn State.
So wait, the Eagles took
Oh, wait.
Jalix?
Oh, yeah. So I'm a little bit behind. So Ravens, I got 45 seconds ago at 93. They took an edge rusher. The Eagles, 49 seconds ago, somehow drafted Hunt at 94. So we're a little behind here.
All right, so we got Bills, Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, Commanders.
So we have hope for an estimate Bengals connection here. That's kind of our last hope, right? That's who we care about. Who else are we missing?
No, I would
like that.
I'd be interested in a Braylon Allen. I'd be interested in an Audrey Estime.
Dude, Braylon Allen. He came out early too, right?
Yeah, he's super young. He's 20.
Yeah, and he's like, hey, I'm going to come out early, not run the 40 ever, and get drafted in the 6th round. That's great.
Would you tier Corum with any of these guys? Just let me get through the whole list. Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara, Derrick Henry, Tony Pollard, Ramondre Stevenson, Najee Harris, David Montgomery, DeAndre Swift, Javonte Williams. No. Okay.
No, I wouldn't personally.
I would not either. Okay.
Roman Wilson patterns his game after
Tyler
Lockett.
He's like, I'm going to say whatever will get me the ball.
Yeah. If it was Justin Fields, DJ Moore, my favorite wide receiver. Texans general manager Nick Caserio. If you guys remember pre-CJ Stroud, Nick Caserio, how we thought about him, our approach is very pragmatic, very logical.
I mean,
hitting the quarterback, you can say whatever you want at that point, man.
I did see the comment. Where was it? From Nick. I remember when I got pushed down because San Francisco was crowded with Kittle, Debo, and Emmanuel Sanders.
Uh-huh.
Are we making the same mistake with Pearsall? I mean, here's my thing. My only thought is there's going to be a buying opportunity later for Pearsall. Now, is it going to be more challenging if a manager invests in that player already? Yes. But I also think that thought is going to be baked into his price. So I'm still okay. I think I'm going to be okay in that like 202 tier. I think. Where are you at right now on Pearsall?
Ooh, I have him low right now, and I don't love it. I have him at the 209 right now. I should probably move him a bit ahead of Corley, but I don't know, man. If 49ers don't move on, maybe Pearsall takes off at halfway throughout the year. But you're right. The thing is, even with how good Brandon Ayuk is, it took him until this past year for his value to actually get there. So like you're always going to have chance to get these guys that are in these crowded backfields before like their value really hits the peak of where it's going to get.
Yeah, but that also you have to be in a league that's somewhat active. You have to have managers that are willing
without
to
a doubt.
trade.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, okay, like I'll take these guys, I'll stash them, put them in my taxi squad, and then like you never hear from that manager, and that's it.
Bills took defensive tackle.
The 49ers have gotten calls, but this is a strong stance. 49ers John Lynch said of potential trade talks involving Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. We didn't entertain any of that today. We're happy with our wide receiver group. Actually, more than happy. We're thrilled with it and thrilled to add Ricky to make it stronger.
That's great. Ricky.
Oh, right on cue. Pretty Ricky. I got a trade offer in a league.
Is it a good one?
It was Geno Smith and 112 for Trey McBride and 2 PPR. So, some folks,
someone's not watching the show.
Somebody thinks that Tip Raymond would have tipped the scale a little bit. You know, not today. Maybe next time. I mean, yeah, I think Franklin and I think Jatavion Sanders, they slipped to day 3. You have teams that could potentially be a nice landing spot, but I hate the fact that they slipped so far. It wasn't expected. I thought Jatavion Sanders, like, okay, he slips to the 3rd, but now we're talking day 3.
Yeah. Well, hold on. There's hope. There's the Bengals come up in 2 picks.
But can he beat out Gesicki? I don't know.
I know. Remember when people used to like Gesicki? That was great.
I've liked him at certain points, like at his cost.
I was talking about you, John.
Guilty.
I never liked him.
Oh.
It says Bengals are on the clock, but I'm not sure who the Jaguars selected.
Probably nobody.
Nobody important. Yeah, I could see the Bills, but I can't see the Jags yet.
Let's see, Bills. I thought I saw.
Oh. That kind of sucks. I'm not sure who this guy is, but Peyton Wilson, fall in the draft. One of his knees does not have an ACL.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did he get picked?
No, I know the name, but I can't actually figure out what position he played. There was a running back who used to play for Utah State who was good enough to go to the NFL. When he went to, I think he went to the combine, he found out he didn't have any ACLs. So he runs like youth leagues around here all the time now.
Interesting. Where was the Jaguars pick? Why am I not seeing it?
I don't know. I don't see it.
Oh, wait.
You got it?
Hold on.
Nope. Okay, I'm waiting.
I clicked the wrong thing. There, linebacker.
So close.
So we got what? 1, 2, 3. Or wait, did the Jaguars take somebody? Is that
there was a tweet that
Was that
said the
linebacker?
Bengals are on the clock right now, but I never actually saw who the Jaguars chose. See, look at JT knows everything. Peyton Wilson is the linebacker from NC State who ran a 4.4 40.
There you go. All the IDP things.
It's true. But then I would have to talk about IDP in that. Yeah, that'd be a little rough. Marshawn Lloyd, I'm the best running back in the draft for sure. I really want one to come and be like, I think I'm probably 5th best right now.
I'm pretty good.
If I work really hard, I might be able to be 4th best.
Like, I'm really happy with where I am right now.
I got in the 3rd round. I got a lot of money.
I'm not the best, but I'm not the worst.
Jaguars draft Florida State defensive back Jones.
Wonderful.
That is lovely.
All right, so what have we got? 4 picks left? Is that
We have Bengals, which is important. Steelers. Maybe they just double tap wide receiver there. I could see a Troy Franklin going to LA Rams connection. Not that it matters. He's in the middle of my 3rd round at this point, but still.
Wait, what's the Rams connection?
Oh, I'm just saying adding another wide receiver.
Oh, okay.
That's all I meant. Yeah, sorry. Okay, let's say Bengals do take a running back here. Do they crack your 2nd round?
Yes.
Yeah, I would probably drop Roman Whistling, to be honest.
They would crack. The Bengals took a defensive tackle. So never mind.
We don't need to worry about that, do we?
No, we do not. This is lovely. Let's see. Yeah, I got to put my disclaimer here in the tiers again like I did last night. I had a big yellow band across saying this will be completely updated.
This is a good question.
Oh, man.
Because we have to keep in mind, they have nobody. I mean, they have Rico Dowdle right now.
This is the equivalent of like that Desmond Ritter, Sam Howell, Malik Willis conversation.
Yes.
Guys that just drop. But here's the thing. Like, yeah, we're gonna care a little bit, but I think you need to temper the risk that you're willing to put into it. They have Zeke. I don't think he's formally signed anything yet, but
Keep in mind, guys, like he showed up there last year on visits too, and they didn't sign him.
What are you guys going to do if any of Dallas, Vegas, Cincinnati Giants take a 4th round running back?
I think it doesn't mean much. Like teams need depth, right? And all of those teams besides Dallas have a projected starting running back to where
there's competent backs there.
Exactly. Dallas is the only one to where I could see myself being like, well, they don't really have anybody, and I could see that doing it.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I'm do I look excited? Like,
Extremely. Yeah.
Deuce Vaughn running back 1 season. Man.
All Rams traded back on the clock at 99.
Who?
Oh, they're back on the clock. Sorry. I thought I said traded. It's late. My bad. 5 hours in. But they're on the clock now. So the Steelers chose somebody. We just don't know who it is yet.
Just get my disclaimer. Do you see it?
No, I'm reading. Nick Casario has another quote. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
This one's a Dan-esque one. If we had to play football, we'd be able to put a team out there. Nothing has changed. Nick Casario, general manager of the Texans.
Braylon Allen to the Chargers in the 4th round would be interesting. I think that would be. But we know this isn't going to play out this way, guys. Stop giving yourself hope.
Exactly.
Stop giving me hope. I beg of you.
No running back's going to be drafted for the rest of the draft. That's how it is now.
The Steelers took that Peyton Wilson.
Oh, okay.
Is that the dude with no?
Yep. One
ACL?
ACL. Yeah, he has one ACL.
Okay.
Okay, last pick of the draft. Oh, no. Rams. And then Washington.
JT should have streamed it here at the bar.
We could have got one more view. Should have done it. Thanks, man. I appreciate you watching.
Thanks, JT.
Here we go.
Did the Rams take anybody?
I haven't seen anybody yet.
Safety. All right. So
Safety.
Commanders
I
are
see it.
here. Why?
Running back.
Running back. Wide
Running back.
receiver.
I mean, really, everybody else has given the rookie quarterbacks more help. They should keep adding to it too.
Thanks, Jerry. We appreciate that. Oh, man. Kind of a disappointing
It was.
day 2.
We kind of had a feeling it was going to happen, though. We had so many offensive guys go round 1 that teams were going to try to play catch up round 2 and round 3 with all the defensive talent.
Yeah, right. The value falls. It was a very exciting start, though, with Keon, Ladd, Polk.
It was good. I feel very good with the second round. I mean, towards the end of it, like I don't love 211, 212, but I think from 210 up, I'm very happy with it. And third round kind of always sucks. So like it's not It's
And
not a new
knew,
thing.
again, we talked about it. Well, it's not anything, right? We knew that there was going to start to be that separation between
Mhm.
early, mid, late second round
Yep.
picks. Like
Yep.
it happens every single year, despite how deep we think a class is going to be. And sure, there are going to be guys taken in the third round that pop and outperform guys taken in the second round and even the first round. But oh yeah, I think as soon as we wrap up here, after we see who the Commanders take, we'll log off. I'll get a few of the updates in here, not all of them.
Yeah, I'll be doing a little bit too.
Cup a winner as well. Just him and Puka. Yeah. Is there anyone left that's worth a late second?
No.
So there's nothing that could happen here for you.
Dallas could trade up to the 401 and draft a running back. I don't think I'm going to move him up into the second round, to be honest.
See, I think it's so wide open at the very end of the second still. Like fucking Troy Franklin. Dude, I am so bothered.
The biggest drop, without a doubt. Everyone, no, because I had Jalen Wright at 210. I was going to say everyone else I had got drafted, but there's still hope with the last pick. Did they pick yet?
Probably. You sound so defeated. Well, there's still hope. That doesn't sound like there's hope.
Washington. No.
Big winner, my boy Devin Singletary.
You're right. 100%.
But again, we are expecting these teams.
Commanders take former Rice wide receiver Luke McCaffrey at 100. Well, I guess I'll add him to my sheet.
You know, we get these surprises. I didn't think he was going to go in the third, but like we've had a Danny Gray go in the third.
Yeah.
We've had Velus Jones go in the third.
And they all turn out so well, too.
I wouldn't look too much into this pick.
I have him as my 308 right now. It's just because I randomly put him in there.
McCaffrey, Luke McCaffrey. Oh.
Yeah, I feel good with this.
What'd you say?
I've been going through this last 20 minutes going through everything. I feel good giving this one out to the patrons right now. We'll do that. We'll screenshot that.
You're feeling so spicy tonight.
So I still sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I opened up Discord. Sometimes when I do that, it completely jacks the sound.
Yeah. No, you look fine. You sound fine. You look good.
That's good. Oh, well,
you look
I
great.
appreciate it.
Okay. So post draft scores, the only Franklin. You know what would be exciting for me? And I don't know. He could get dangerously close to the very end of the second if Jacob Cowan goes in like the first 10 picks of this fourth round.
Who's he going to jump over though for you?
I honestly just think it is so wide open at the very end.
But who I understand you have it here, so it's a little bit different, right? Because you do have it grouped in the tier to where he could be in with everyone you have at the 210. But there is going to be a point to where you actually have to make a 210 or a 211 selection. Are you going to be willing to take him over a Leggett or a Roman Wilson?
Well, hold on. Like I'm looking at hold on a minute.
I don't have a minute. I'm tired.
I said first 10 picks. So we Cardinals, Chargers, Patriots. Those are the three spots that would be interesting for me. But let me give you a more clear answer after I get my updates in.
That sounds great.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, thanks everybody. We appreciate you guys sticking with
Yes,
us,
thank you.
even during the lulls here.
Mhm.
Obviously, not as fast paced and jam packed as we typically do on our weekly show, but it's because you were stuck with us for 5.5 hours tonight and
was-
5.5 hours last night.
It's 11 hours, man.
11
It was
hours.
fun. It was awesome.
Free football. Yeah. Hopefully we get some decent landing spots, some fun guys to talk about tomorrow.
Mhm.
Can't wait till Jatavion Sanders goes undrafted. And yeah. So hopefully everybody has a great start to their weekend. I know we've got some NHL fans here, and I'm trying to read some of the comments here. Drazel, thank you. Jerry, thank you. Okay. Curtis Samuel 2.0. I think that's about you, Mitch. You're Curtis Samuel 2.0.
That's what I do.
All right, hold on one sec.
Final thoughts.
Hit him with the final thoughts. Mitch, I can't let you go quite yet.
Join the Discord. Yeah. Like the YouTube and follow the YouTube and all that good stuff. Yeah, dude, that's all I got. My brain is mush at this point.
All right, well, we appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. This was an absolute blast both nights here. For Mitch Sorensen, he wasn't able to join us here, but Dan Lamagna, I'm John Bauer. We'll catch you guys later. Peace.